treasure that's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder. I'm proud to be. In whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure that's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder. I'm proud to be. In whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure that's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder.
Hey everybody! How is it going, friends? Welcome back to next trial of Danganronpa. The shenanigans will continue. There's no David tonight. We do have a Kayla though. Hi Kayla!
Oh.
Hi. Let me turn you up a bit. So.
Sorry, just got home.
Oh yeah, it's much earlier for you on the West Coast.
6 p.m. I got out of work late, so.
Fun.
Yep.
Yeah, that's okay though. You made it. That's what matters, right?
Woo! Fun times! I mean, murder times!
Yes, murder times, which could be fun for some people, but
Ah, true.
like
Murder fun times!
like many of your RP characters.
No, only one.
Okay,
All
only
my
one.
other ones are nice goody two-shoes.
Fair.
The Hikari's just an outlier, which
I
is
don't
very
know.
fun.
There's the one who is really big on arson.
Tuh. Yeah, I got nothing against that. Yeah, that's true. But like, she doesn't want to kill. It's just the natural way of life.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry,
It's,
Timmy
you
Tim.
know,
David
survival
can't make it.
of
He's got another game he's running tonight. I'll probably be back for next time though, because we otherwise have no lives. This is gonna be a great start to having to talk a lot, isn't it? All right. Hey, call me Sandy. I'm doing quite well. How are you? Yeah, totally staying hydrated. So yeah, Kayla and I are just splitting up characters for the moment. I have to remind myself what we decided. Okay,
I know.
I'm looking back at the list. So for tonight, actually, let me move over to the game view. And let me continue. So it'll be quiet for a change. Jeez, at least quieter. Okay.
Quiet? I don't know what that is.
Slightly quieter. But yeah, tonight, Kayla is gonna take the roles of Hina, Makoto, Chihiro, Mondo, Sakura, and Monokuma. And I will take Kyoko, Byakuya, and Bratkuya, or Bitchkuya, as we found from the last session, Toko, Hifumi, Celestia, Taka, and Hiro. So, let's... I'm sure David's singing some kind of bard songs. Who knows? He might be. I mean, he's generally he's generally the DM, so...
Oh, I think he's playing. Is he playing? Oh, no, that's Wednesday.
No, I think he's running. Yeah, he plays Wednesday. Yeah, he said he was running a thing, I believe. Oh no, West LA. Jeez,
Yeah,
stay safe.
where
Everyone.
I am too.
You're in West LA too? Shit.
Yeah,
Shit. Stay safe, y'all.
it's not good.
Stay the fuck safe. Okay, so let's give this a shot, shall we? Hopefully, voices are okay. You can hear Kayla, you can hear me okay over the background.
Let me
Please
see
let
if
me
I
know.
can as well if needed, probably.
Yeah. Just make sure to keep the mic close, because I know you're cutting in and out occasionally.
Goodness. Colin, I think I need to get a new. Oh wait, I have a new mic. I should set up that new mic.
Yeah, you should probably set up a new mic. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. But it might take a bit now, so.
Oh yeah, no, not today. Not today. Oh my goodness, it's heavy. It's not heavy.
Alright. So we got all these people we can talk to.
Yes.
Do you remember? I don't think we talked to them last time, so let's just start. As I continue, I have to remind myself who. Going back to our list here. I can move up chat too, so I can see both of them at the same time. Yes, you have a Twitch neighbor apparently, Timmy Tim. Who's surprised? People, like, out of all the people in Los Angeles, out of all the people, multiple ones would be on Twitch. Who knows? Okay. All right, let's get this started. So, let's start from right to left then. Start with Mondo. I think this is you. If I can choose to talk to Mondo at the moment. Can I touch anything? Let me.
No, stop popping up.
Game. Oh, I can look at things.
Can you?
Nope. Apparently, I can look at. Okay, now I
usually
can,
it does a little thing. There we go. Okay.
but it won't let me talk to Mondo.
Maybe it's because the bag is behind.
Oh, okay. I'm
Move
just
move yourself to the right.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. Word bloodless is written on the wall in blood.
So,
I don't think it's any kind of dying message. It's just too strange. But you know, that thing about writing bloodlust in blood, doesn't it sound kind of familiar? murderous fiend who kills again and again using a bizarre and brutal method. And at the scene of each crime, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. They're like a ghost, attacking suddenly, then slipping away before the police can catch up to them. And what nickname did the internet give to this mysterious serial killer?
What?
Genocide Jack!
Can you stream, the game to me?
Oh,
So
shit,
I can-
sorry. I forgot. I was not doing that to you yet. Sorry about that.
It's good. I see it
One
on
moment.
Twitch, but it's like about 45 seconds behind
Gotcha.
for me.
Okay, one moment. There you go. Sorry about that, Kill.
Ah.
I forgot I wasn't doing that. We very much got together at the very last second. Go!
Genocide Jack. The murderous fiend whose grisly attacks were famous all across the country. The ultimate murderous fiend, creating a reputation of abnormal, downright cruel killings.
This.
Then this is some copycat killer trying to imitate Genocide Jack's style? But why would anyone do that?
Perhaps it's the work of the real Genocide Jack.
What?
Real? Wait, what are you saying? Genocide Jack is here in the school?
No way!
There's no way.
But going so far as to write bloodlust at the scene, I am surprised at their stupidity.
Well,
I can't imagine a worse situation than dealing with a stupid murderer.
Who had a Fumi?
You did.
I didn't. Okay. What is it now?
Toko! Hina was pointing towards the entrance to the girls' locker room. Toko was the last to arrive, and now she was standing there.
Why?
Ka-dunk.
She fainted! That did not sound good.
Toko! Hina rushed over to the collapsed Toko and started trying to shake her awake. Toko, are you okay? Come on, wake up!
Oh, that's right. I just remembered what she said about how she faints anytime she sees blood.
Oh,
So she is hemophobic. I imagine she does not watch too many horror films then. This isn't a violation of the rules, right? I mean, technically she passed out somewhere besides her room.
I think we're okay. The regulations prohibit sleeping, like on purpose.
Ah, so since she didn't faint on purpose, it doesn't count. Gotcha.
just a second.
Toko, can you hear me? You gotta wake up! As if she heard her. Toko suddenly shot awake. As in, she literally jumped up from where she was laying. It was such a strange reaction, I was at total loss for words.
Boink!
She leapt straight up into the air, changing her stance as she did. In no time flat, she was just standing up. Ignoring the physical contortions she had to go through, her motions were totally haphazard.
Huh?
Huh? What?
Sorry about that. I was just so shocked, It happens, right? Was I the only one?
Toko, are you okay?
I'm fine. Whoa, is that a dead body? Hey, are you dead?
what the heck?
She must have hit her head real hard when she fainted. The world has a front and a back, a top, ending, and a bottom, a sea of truth and a web of lies.
Well,
This is quite concerning. I mean, she sounds completely different. No, everything's fine. At least the stutter's all gone. That's a good thing, right?
I see!
It's clear to me that everything is not fine. Your eyes seem strangely vacant.
Might be best if we take her back to her room for the time being.
so,
I don't mind taking her, but can someone help me?
If you need help, I don't mind.
Time Taka, could you help me?
Ah! She totally ignored me! Very well. You take care of the girl, and the rest of us can begin the investigation right away. Can I assume nobody has a problem leaving Sakura and Mondo on guard duty again?
Hold on a sec. Rushing to an investigation.
The mastermind isn't behind that. After what happened last time, surely you realize that. Hey, Sympathicos, how's it going?
Don't make me repeat myself.
There's no question that Chihiro was murdered by someone among us. Isn't that right, Monokuma?
Of course!
Right as rain. But don't take it as a bad thing. It's just a fact of life. Because
Yoo-hoo!
that's how graduation works. Then it happened again. Is that what you're saying? That another one of us, another one of killed a fellow classmate? What? Does that freak you out? You guys got no balls. You know Is there just nothing down there at all? Well, I'll let you pray to mine if you want.
Wow, fucking Monokuma. What the fuck?
Actually, I don't have any either. Sorry.
Stop talking.
Stop monologuing and give us what you came here to give us. You did bring it right.
I sure did, John.
It's the Monokuma file!
Allow me to present the next Monokuma file. Know how much you must be looking forward to it.
See ya later!
So, please do your very tip-top best on this investigation.
No way!
Do we really gotta do another investigation?
Yep, that's literally what this game is about.
No. Examine the corpse of one of our friends. Having to express all of our other friends that we've known for like
Why?
2 days at this point.
Yeah.
I hate this. I can't take this anymore.
Oh no!
I hate it too!
Help me!
I've had enough of getting out of here.
Hey!
Where do you plan on going? There's nowhere to run.
Such ignorance.
Just accept it already. After all, blood is just a liquid. A dead body is a simple object. You're very enthusiastic about all of this, are you not?
Naturally.
How can I not be? If we don't unmask the culprit, we all die.
That's true, but to jump into it so soon.
What?
What? Do you want to die?
Such ignorance.
Fine, then go off and die somewhere. Right now, go ahead. You're a waste of space.
Damn you!
Dead body is an object. Wait, no, you got Mondo, don't you?
I do have Mondo.
Shit.
Piece of shit!
There you go.
Jahira wasn't an object. Show a little respect or beat some into ya.
Calm down.
Everyone, stop bickering. Listen, there's some truth in what Beake said.
Kyoko!
Because
If we don't solve the mystery and find the killer, our own lives are forfeit. And if Byakuya is right, the genocide Jack is somehow the one who killed Chihiro,
that's right.
then unless we do something, more victims would start piling up.
What?
Forget more victims! If we mess this up, we're all dead meat!
Hey! Hey!
If that's your word, you don't gotta worry any longer. In any one killing game, the guilty party may only kill a maximum of 2 people.
What? I don't remember any rule like that.
Actually,
Just came up with it. I mean, if one person went around and killed everyone, your lovely student life would be all over, right? The
New
new
rule.
rule has been added to the regulation menu.
So then.
In that case, why not limit it to 1 person?
hey,
Well, in a good mystery, you don't want to miss out on at least the potential of a serial killer angle. No! Just one would totally murder that possibility.
punishment is waiting for you.
Farewell for now. I'll catch you guys at the class trial.
I I can't say I understand his thinking, but if we killed up to 2 people, then one more person's life could still be in a danger.
Interesting.
Weird sounds. Which is definitely not good. We need to uncover the culprit before something else happens.
You son of a bitch!
Just shut the up.
So,
Well, for now, Taka and me are gonna go drop Toko off at her room.
I'm gonna get dropped off!
there is nothing to be done.
We have no time to stand around here. We must begin our investigation. So sweet. I have no idea how to pronounce that. If we do not solve the mystery of who killed Chihiro,
Is that okay?
then we will quickly follow her into the afterlife.
That's true. I hate this, but if I want to survive, me and everyone else, we have to do it. We don't have any other choice.
Investigate. Woo.
Bon, dum, bon. First of all, I'd better check that Monokuma file to see exactly what's going on. The victim was Chihiro Fujisaki. The time of death is estimated to be around 2 a.m. The body was discovered in the girls' locker room on the 2nd floor of the school. The cause of death was a blow to the head with a blunt object. She was killed instantly. That's all it says. Well, it's not like there's any point in complaining about it.
Yes, it's fine.
No matter what, I gotta do what I gotta do. Monokuma File 2 has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook.
Hey, Makoto. Do you have a second?
Huh? Did you need something from me?
Naturally.
Of course. Life without purpose is quite dull, you know.
So what did you need?
I'm going to let you cooperate with me during my investigation.
Huh?
What?
I'm purchasing your talent. The same talent which allowed you to solve Sayaka's case.
Stall? No, I just...
Stop talking.
You seem to have some limited use, which is why I've chosen you. You have the honor of contributing to my investigation.
So, you're inviting me to come with you. You're doing it in the most arrogant way possible, though.
Let's go.
Now then, shall we get started?
But...
We need to get moving. There's no time to be standing around. ...
I don't really know what just happened. But it looks like I'll be working together with Byakuya on this one?
Alright.
Now you can talk to Mondo, I think.
And everybody else. Yep.
And everyone else.
Aha.
There's the dumbbell on the floor, and... ... This is a bloodstain! There's a bloodstain on this dumbbell!
Surprise! Monokuma file said a blow to the head with a blunt object is what killed her.
Does that mean this dumbbell was actually the murder weapon?
That's right.
I don't imagine it could have been anything else.
Locker room dumbbell has been added to the truth bullet section of your notebook. Handbook.
We got a murder weapon!
Ba-da-ba. Dude had a real complex about being weak. You heard Chihiro talk about it, right? All I need to get stronger. Yeah, I do remember she said that more than once. Sure did, which I guess explains the trip down here. But does she really need to get stronger that badly? You already mentioned it, but she was a girl, after all. Most girls aren't all that strong. Rude.
Yeah, right? What the fuck?
I don't know, man. Haven't really thought about that stuff. The cause of Chihiro's complex. Can't help but wondering what it might be. Mondo's account has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook.
Da-da-da!
Dun dun dun.
Aksaka.
I use this locker room all the time. Now, it's become the site of Chihiro's death. But, why was she killed in the locker room? Actually, if you think about it, she could have been killed somewhere else, then carried here. She was very light, that is true. it wouldn't be hard for someone to carry her. But still,
Well,
I still think she came in here on her own, by choice. What makes you say that? She's been talking a lot lately about how she wanted to get stronger. So you're saying she came here to exercise? But according to the Monokuma file, apparently she was killed around 2 in the morning. Has she really been exercising that late?
Perhaps.
Hina or myself are usually in the locker room during the day, so she probably was avoiding it then. Avoiding it? Although we invited her to join us more than once, she never showed up. So I can only assume she was trying to avoid us. And instead, she came here to exercise in the middle of the night?
However,
Perhaps. But it's difficult for me to imagine she would have come alone. She did want to start exercising, but she specifically mentioned she couldn't do it by herself. She needed support from others.
Support from others. Dramatic, right?
Dramatic. So you're saying she could have come here in the middle of the night to train in secret? But that she would have come with someone else? It's a possibility, I think. Sakura's account has been added to the truth bullets.
Heyo. Now I believe it's about time for us to move on.
Huh? Already?
what?
New clues won't magically appear by standing around here. We need to check every aspect of this case.
That's true, but
Let's go.
If you're satisfied, let's hurry up and proceed.
he's so pushy. I got caught up with the wrong person this time.
Wings and Red Bull? Damn. So this is our next location.
Huh? This place is related to the investigation?
Hey! LBC Tony! Thank you so much for that two-month streak subscribe. Hi!
So far?
I'm
We're
loving
both
it
doing
so
high.
far. This is great. Holy shit. 1 second. 1 second, Kayla. I got something I need to do. Let me see if I can do a thing really quickly. Actually, might be able to do. Let me see. I just need to mute the game for them for a moment. Thank you again, Tony. Hold on, I've made something since I believe the last time you subscribed, so I give everyone who subs a sub song now. So allow me to well, I still hear the music in my ear from the game, but I will try my best. Turn on this. Allow me to serenade you. Hey Tony, the truth is I don't need validation, but it's a nice thing to have on occasion. So thank you for that special ovation in the form of monetary donation. That's what I call a sub in this melodic narration. I hope you enjoy my set of cutesy illustration emotes, so please take my lyrical elation. Thank you, friend, you're fucking awesome, and I hope you find $20 on the ground. All right. Had to get through that. Sorry, Kayla. Deserved. Much deserved. Someday I'll be able to, like, sing harms with myself. Someday I'll find that equipment. Thank you again so very much. That's very kind of you. Let me turn back on the game so you can hear it. And hopefully I'm sounding okay. You can still hear me. You can still hear Kayla over everything. Aw. Okay, let's do this. So, what was up next here? Figure it out for yourself. It's no fun if you don't, right? ...
I would like the answer just be told to me, please.
Yeah, right? Anything over here that can help?
There are a bunch of different pool-related items on the shelf, which have nothing at all to do with this case.
That's fair. Right.
We were in the girls, right? Yeah.
Yeah. What?
Guess so.
That's not even the scene of the crime, idiot.
What else?
I had
There's
to.
nothing else in this room!
Can't go back in there? You've already spent plenty of time checking the crime scene. There are plenty of other things left to check here.
There
Okay.
are?
Yeah, what?
I mean, of course.
I don't. I'm just looking at everything now.
A flotation donut. I don't think you can eat it. I mean, I don't think it's related to what's happening to Chihiro.
Fair enough. Then what? You could at least try to figure out where we should check without my help. Shit! Wow!
Tried.
Well,
Wow.
this is certainly
The
something.
gun, maybe?
Maybe.
Maybe
That's
this
true.
is the gun that was used to. No, impossible. If that was true, Chihiro would be riddled with holes. Yeah.
Riddled.
That would be true, yes.
Anything on camera?
That's the surveillance camera. Ooh. Even as Chihiro's being murdered, I bet the mastermind was just sitting there, watching. They know what's happened, and they're still forcing us to go through with this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I
Think so.
guess we leave. Oh, really? What are
We just...
Shit. Tab. Oh,
Oh, that thingy?
maybe the one in the girls' room?
If I remember right, this card reader is meant to work with our handbooks, right?
What?
Do you have an issue with it? If so, you should take it up with Monokuma.
He said that, then quickly and sharply clapped his hands together.
Did you call for me?
You called for me? Has he been domesticated?
Oh fuck, domesticated Monokuma. Nope. Nope.
That's
Oh,
right.
good.
Nope. It seems that Makoto has a question for you.
You need something?
Sure, what's up? Well, it's just about this card reader.
Yep.
Yeah? The card readers have been all designed to have all been designed to interface with each of your e-handbooks. You can only enter the locker room corresponding to the gender listed in your individual handbook.
And it's impossible for two people in a row to go through while the door is unlocked, correct? I don't know how to do that dramatically besides like get really... We're trying to like dramatic read the yellow text.
If there was some sort of erotic terrorist on the prowl, I don't want to know what that means. The ceiling-mounted Gatling gun would initiate a Swiss cheese slaughter.
And the school regulations prohibit anyone from lending someone else their handbook, correct?
Of course.
Correct. So then, that means only girls can go in the girls' locker room, and only boys can go in the boys' locker room. In other words, Chihiro's body being found in the girls' locker rooms means...
Hey, Makoto, I can see right through you.
See right through me? I'm
Allow me to tell you what you're thinking. Since Chihiro was found in the girls' locker room, the killer must have been able to get in there.
So, in other words,
As such, the killer must be one of the girls. Did I get it right?
such ignorance.
Good lord, you're simple.
But am I wrong?
You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer has been in front of you the entire time. Loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine. Like, you
Expect
can't
nothing
sell it?
less from the project son of the noble Togami family. So he managed to sniff out the loophole in the regulations.
Takami's voice in Seto Kaiba. Seto Kaiba. Oh man. I wish I could do that voice. I can't. I think David had it better than me. I'm just trying to pull like the snootiness that David pulled. Knowing you, I would bet it you created it on purpose, didn't you? To add a little more excitement to things.
Like a puny little appetizer instead of the main course that I am. Now then, since the dead can't actually talk, they're not people anymore. They're things.
Yep.
Wow.
Get it? Got it? Good. Wait, hold on. You're saying that's a loophole, but... in order to borrow something from someone, then that means you would have to loan it. So,
Why you?
so sleepy. Just listening to you makes me want to pass out. Be more like Byakuya and get your poop together.
Unbelievable.
Or else I'll charge you with criminal negligence.
Wow. Negligence.
No more questions. Figure out the rest of your own damn self.
Oh yeah, sure. Sure, Tony.
Dot dot dot.
That's fine.
Well, I know you are unfortunately lacking in mental faculties, so I'll fill you in myself. Let's head to the main hall.
The main hall.
That'll help you understand what's going on.
Card reader has been added to the truth bullets.
Nice.
Okay, you're in the main hall. We came to the main hall.
Da-da-da!
So, what are we looking for here?
Dot, dot, dot.
Snooty dot dot dots. Beautiful. Does that mean I have to figure it out for myself?
I don't know why suddenly it sounded a bit, Frankenfurter there. I don't know. Am I suddenly going Frankenfurter for Byakuya?
The hunk of metal blocking the entrance seems like some kind of machine. Okay.
Go on. Dot, dot, dot. Okay. Fine. Fine.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh. There's a mailbox here. Could there be something inside?
Mhm.
It's an e-handbook! No, wait. There's 3 of them! But what are they doing here?
Oh no. So, you finally found them.
Huh? Did you know these were here, Byakuya?
I happened to find them by chance myself the other day. It seems there's a system in place where the handbooks of dead students get delivered to this mailbox.
Then, these 3 handbooks belong to Junko, Leon, and Sayaka?
You can go ahead and confirm yourself.
I merely turned one of the handbooks. And when
Yeah,
I
sure
did,
thing. So, Chihiro got murdered. We're starting the investigation. We found a
Very
bunch of
sad
handbooks in the front in a mailbox. So we're trying to figure out. We think she got murdered with a dumbbell,
probably.
probably. What seems to be a dumbbell. And now we're trying to figure out what all happened.
Sayaka Maizono. You're right. This is Sayaka's handbook.
Now, do you understand? This is the key to the loophole that I revealed earlier.
Yeah, I feel like I'm starting to get it.
You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer has been in front of you the entire time. Yes. Loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine.
I see. Yeah, now I understand. Main hall e-handbooks have been added to the truth bullets.
You think Byakuya did it?
What?
I mean, bitch, yeah, makes sense, makes sense.
Hold on a second.
What's wrong?
Very strange.
That's strange. One of the handbooks won't turn on.
Is it broken? Whose is it?
The other handbook showed Junko's name when I started it up.
Then the one that won't turn on must be Leon's, right?
Oh shit, I should do that. I need to add a quick toggle for that. Oh, I do have it toggled. Hold on. Let me untoggle it. Okay.
I see.
It would make sense, yes. After all, he did get pummeled with dozens and dozens of baseballs.
That he did. Pummeled with baseballs. The memory of it came flooding back.
Just Monica.
Oh God, no! That cruel punishment, Flint. That cruel punishment,
Literally,
which led to my Leon's death.
literally, like Kayla just did a playthrough of Doki Doki.
That evil game.
That wasn't even me. That was totally Timmy Tim.
Oh no, Timmy! Why, Timmy? The
Wasn't my fault.
execution that the mastermind has concocted. Flint, you're the mastermind. I figured this out. A cruel, heartless death.
I'm totally the mastermind. It was me all along. I
knew it.
I was a turkey all along.
You're right. It wouldn't be surprising for a handbook to break during that kind of assault.
Damn it!
Hey, hey!
You're making
Hey, hey,
me
hey!
angry! Now I'm really angry!
What do we do? What?
Mm.
That handbook is essential to student life here. Crucial, integral, instrumental, a super big deal. There's no way it would break that easily. But it did.
That's impossible!
If I said it wouldn't break, it wouldn't freaking break. It can stand up to 10 tons of pressure, and it's waterproof up to 100 meters, okay? I don't care how many baseballs you hit it with. It wouldn't do crap. Oh, but even my amazing handbook does have one single weak point.
Go on.
It does?
I can't hear you!
But it's a secret. I wouldn't want you to go breaking any more handbooks.
What?
Then Leon must have broken it somehow without realizing what its weakness was, right?
Hard to say. You know what I think? I think his handbook isn't actually broken.
What?
But you might ask, how could that be? Leaving the question hanging in the air, Monokuma disappeared.
Fuck you, Monokuma.
What just happened? Monokuma said it wasn't broken, but it's an undeniable fact that it's not turning on.
That's fine.
Well, I don't see any connection to the case, so it doesn't matter for now.
You think so? Either way, something about it still bothers me. Broken E-handbook has been added to the truth bullets.
Okay then, this should be enough to get things rolling. Let's begin our investigation in earnest and track down the true culprit.
Yeah, we need to find out who killed Chihiro.
To be exact, not quite.
Eh? Not quite?
Okay.
How's that not quite? Is that the whole point of what we're doing right now?
Okay.
What do you mean by that, Pyakia? To be exact, not quite.
Certainly I want to reveal Chihiro's killer, but more precisely, I want to discover the true identity of Genocide Jack.
What? Then you really think? You truly believe Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Absolutely. I have no doubt that Genocide Jack is the true culprit in this case.
Don't forget your reaction.
Ah! I'm trying to do my reaction. Damn it! I can't go back, can I? Shit.
No, you can't.
Ah! How do I...
Right click.
Right click. Shit!
It shows you the little picture. That little picture of the purple mouse.
Mm.
When it appears.
Yeah, damn it.
Is there really proof?
There's somewhere I'd like to take you. This will provide all the evidence you need.
It's all clear now.
Evidence that Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro.
Evidence? Is something like that really? Ah! Hey! You two! Aha! I knew it was her.
Hey!
Somehow. Big trouble! Need your help!
I don't have time to play
We're
with
busy.
you.
Leave us alone.
But it's an emergency! Emergency! Come on, please! You gotta help me!
Okay.
Please!
This is a serious emergency! Please, please! You gotta help me! Just calm down, okay, Hina?
Cause,
But, it's Emergency! An emergency? What happened?
Well,
Something's wrong with Toko. She's acting super strange. Well, I mean, she was acting pretty strange earlier, right? What should we do, Byakuya?
Very strange.
Since it's Toko, I must admit I'm intrigued. I suppose we can take a second to see what's going on with her.
Are you sure?
Don't make me repeat myself.
That.
Okay. I didn't expect that. I thought for sure he'd just say no and that'd be the end of it.
yeah.
Okay, come on, hurry! Wait for us, Hina!
Let's go.
It looks like she's headed to the dorms, to Toko's room, most likely.
You're right!
Junko.
Toko, there he
There
is.
we go.
Is Toko inside? Some kind of emergency.
Wait, and then not?
Maybe talk to Hina?
Such
Probably.
ignorance.
Yes,
You
yes,
see?
come on.
You guys are too slow! I think you're just too fast.
So what's the emergency?
So,
Well, after what happened in the girls' locker room, we put Toko in her room so she could lay down. After a while, we came back to check on her, see how she's doing. But when we did, it was weird. She refused to come out. She kept saying all this weird stuff. Weird stuff?
That's fine.
We should try talking to ourselves. For
Yeah, good idea.
Well, I was gonna do that in the first place.
I may as well give it a shot. Ding dong! The door swung open slowly, silently.
Dot, dot, dot.
Holy crap! An aura negativity flowed out from behind the door, forcing gas out of me.
What? Oh, nothing.
Uh.
It's just that, Hina was really worried about you, holding yourself up in your room.
leave me
What he said.
alone.
Yeah, sure thing. But, could you open up, just for a second?
Won't allow it.
Huh?
Won't let Genocide Jack have control.
Like that, she slammed the door in my face. What was that? She's been acting like that the whole time, when I rang a little while ago.
I'll drive out the killer, drive out the murderous fiend.
Any sense, right? I was afraid to leave her there alone, so I tried to bust down her door. But I felt like something was holding it shut on the other side. I couldn't even budge it. Toko was scared enough to even bar her door. Does she think the same thing as Byakuya? Does she think the serial killer Genocide Jack really murdered Chihiro? Is that why Toko's so scared?
But
Whatever it is, I'm really worried about her. Isn't there anyone who might be able to persuade her? Looks to Byakuya.
Boom.
Hey Byakuya, you think you could ask her? She come out of her room, I mean.
Dot, dot, dot.
That's fine.
Sure, whatever.
Huh? You're gonna talk to her, Byakuya? Wow, I guess you can be nice when you want to.
Dot, dot, dot.
Byakuya stood in front of her door, not making a sound, and pressed the doorbell. After a few moments.
what do you want?
Leave me alone, you're also so annoying. Bakula!
It's Byakuya.
Dot, dot, dot. I'm sorry, I couldn't keep up a promise. But don't worry, never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again.
And with that, the door slammed shut.
Hmm.
Even Byakuya couldn't pull it off.
There's nothing else we can do. Let's get back to the investigation.
Hold on! Hey, Byakuya, what was Toko talking about just now? Something about a promise?
What?
Hmm? Oh, I have no idea. Another one of her delusions, I'm sure.
But
Stop talking.
If I say I don't know, that means I don't know. Just let Hina take care of her.
Hmm.
oh, yeah. Okay, I'll stay here and keep an eye on her.
Let's go.
Well then, let's go.
Without waiting for a reply, Byakuya sped away. But Byakuya! Don't leave me! And I hurried to catch up. I tried to walk with him several times. No, I tried to talk to him several times as we walked. But he didn't even look back, let alone say anything. And he just kept on walking towards his destination. Finally, his feet brought him to a stop in front of a certain room. The library.
Come on, let's go in.
Is the evidence that proves it was Genocide Jack really in the library?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Sorry,
Wow.
my bad.
Alright.
Sorry. Bookshelf, maybe? Oh, sorry.
Nice.
But we got money.
Nice. Oh, come on. Oh,
Sorry.
I'm trying. To be hilarious. Then, okay. The desk itself? No. I'm trying. You're not giving me any help here, Byakuya.
Maybe the door?
Oh, maybe. No.
If I remember, on the other side of the store is the archive, right?
Hurry up and go inside.
Oh, here?
I just wanted all the, coins.
Let's go.
It'll all make sense once you're inside.
It's a messy archive. Whoa, there's so many books and files!
You know, like a library.
And so much dust, too.
So, in other words,
Not been taken care of.
Yeah. I would say there's enough value in this place to endure the dust.
The shelf is stuffed tight with files. But really think about it, I picked one at random.
Ah, you have a sharp eye indeed to select that file.
Huh?
that's right.
That's the report on a presidential assassination. The original is kept at the National Library.
Okay,
It won't
that's
be
pretty cool.
declassified for another 30 years. Are you sure you want to look at it now? There's no telling whose crosshairs you might wind up in for peeking at it. ...
Without making a sound, I return the file to the shelf. There's so many files
That's
stuffed on the
enough.
shelf. What's blah,
sorry.
blah.
Sorry. Those documents are dangerous.
Dangerous?
They detail all the
mimics?
people who control the world from behind the scenes. Dangerous truth for a commoner. Also the mimics.
Mostly mimics. You mean like members of the Diet or something?
No, I mean the ones with real power. The secret council controlling everything from the shadows. The snake people. The Sneeple!
Yas.
If you're ready to be disappeared for it, take a look. There are some very interesting people in there.
All right, I'm ready. Oh, you're just kidding, right?
Am I?
I'll just let it go for now.
Pretty sure I'm not missing anything. Oh.
There's a wooden box. It's empty. Though judging by the smudges and the dust, it looks like there was something inside. I wonder what it was.
There was an extension cord plugged in there. It proved very useful while I was in the library.
An extension cord, huh?
Ah, Phoebe. So what? You pay attention to your surroundings to show discover the value for yourself. Fine. I hate you, Byakuya. Fucking hate you.
A lamp, I guess?
You didn't care about the lamp before.
But apparently it's really important now.
Oh.
Oh yeah, it's the same one I saw Byakuya using in the library before.
What?
Do you have a problem with that lamp? It was here before, then I moved it out there, over there. It's too dark over there, so I thought I'd put it to good use. Okay, well I got a coin. Then
nice.
What the fuck am I looking at?
Blah 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 files.
If you're thinking of looking through any of them, let me give you a little warning. Those things are filled with graphic, disturbing photos from all kinds of crime scenes. But it literally took me the very last one to find what we're probably looking for. It's the kind of thing any normal person wouldn't ever want to look at. Be careful.
Huh? What do you mean?
All those files are the investigation reports related to different cold cases.
That's
Those
a
are-
long, dramatic.
Yeah, right? Those are internal documents for police eyes only. They're not the kind of thing you'd expect to leak.
Oh.
So, are you finally beginning to understand the true splendor of this library? The entire
Yes, I
reason
wanna
I
go-
was interested in the library is because of this room right here. It's home to-
Interesting.
It's home to classified government documents, police records, things no ordinary person would ever see. Like, why are they in an old school? That's what we're trying to figure out. Isn't it magnificent?
Be for real, right?
Such ignorance.
And that's your guys' problem. Anything that doesn't fit into your preconceived reality, you label it as a lie.
Well, it's not that. It's just, it's not like I totally refuse to believe it, but I mean, there's just so much. How could anyone have put all of this together?
I suppose it goes to show how much power Hope's Peak truly wields. Or perhaps the mastermind may have wanted to provide us with enough entertainment to keep us from getting bored.
It's no use. I can't keep up with this at all. It's just too unreal.
What's wrong? You still can't believe it?
What about you? How can you believe it so easily? Things like this or things like that are usually impossible.
What?
What do you mean, usually? Usual, normal, ordinary, simple. Those things don't exist anywhere in the real world. If you don't understand what they actually represent, you don't understand the nature of anything.
Don't pull your punches, do you?
Besides, what you consider usual is based on your common sense, right? But what makes you think your own common sense applies to me at all? The documents gathered here are genuine. I have reviewed them multiple times, so there's no doubt.
Hold on a sec. You think you read all these documents and more than once? But all this has to be top secret confidential stuff, right? So why?
My family has a reading room just like this at our home. Ours is bigger, of course, and not as dusty.
Huh?
Members of the Togami family have access to any variety of government-related documents. That includes foreign powers as well as domestic.
How was that possible?
So, in other words,
I already told you, there's a secret council that controls the world from the shadows. The Sneeple! My family is a member of that council. We're Sneeple! And I have within me the bloodline that will allow me to one day bend the world to my will. The Sneeple blood! But to become such a ruler, I must know all levels of this world backwards and forwards. So whenever I have time, I like to review whatever documents and materials that interest me. Which is why I can proclaim, without a doubt, that the materials gathered here are the real thing.
This is beyond believing or not believing. Byakuya's actually starting to scare me more than the actual mastermind.
And what always interested me the most were the cold case police investigation reports. Reading through those reports has always been a hobby of mine, ever since I was little. It's excellent mental exercise. I've solved more than a few of those cases just by reviewing their reports. And among all those reports, one of my recent favorites is the Genocide Jack case.
As Byakuya grabbed a specific file from the shelf.
That's right.
This is the complete case file. Every single report surrounding the Genocide Jack cases has been compiled in here. Because there are so many, allow me to quickly summarize the main points. To begin, there are two notable characteristics in every Genocide Jack murder. The first characteristic is that at every crime scene, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. And the second is that when victims are murdered, the bodies are suspended in a certain way.
And blood. The victim's blood. Oh, wow, I can speak, I swear. And the victim's body is suspended. It's exactly the same as what happened to Chihiro.
Save your surprise. The best part is yet to come. For the second characteristic, where the victims are suspended, the only ones who knew about the particular fact were members of the police and other higher-ups. By all accounts, nobody in the media ever found out.
Huh?
In other words, no one on the news, no one online, nobody knew about that aspect of each crime. Only key officials and the killer himself knew about this act of mounting the victim. Now, if you recall Chihiro's corpse, her body was most certainly mounted in this fashion.
The killer have known about suspending the victim.
That's right.
And that's the key question. But in fact, the answer is quite simple.
So, in other words,
The culprit isn't a copycat killer. It's the real Genocide Jack.
in other words,
That right there is the evidence that Genocide Jack has hidden himself among the rest of us.
Then, Genocide Jack really is such a brutal fiendish killer. Really is walking around among us.
interesting.
Things are really starting to get interesting, aren't they? I never
It's
imagined a
Byakuya.
killer
I
with
feel
such
like
a
it's
reputation
Byakuya.
would ever become part of our little game. Now, don't you think it would be good for you to take a look at what I've already seen? Bleh. You might just manage to ferret out a clue or two.
Such ignorance.
If you get down on your knees and beg, I might even show you myself. Whoa! Whoa, Byakuya! Woo!
Game. This game. There's a ton of files.
Wait, is that that? Wait, are we not? Damn it. Then what? What are we looking at now then?
Ask him. Talk to him again.
Damn it,
Put him down and talk
Byakuya.
to him. Byakuya, about that Genocide Jack case file.
Byakuya thirsty.
Could you let me see it?
That's fine.
Well, he didn't beg, but I guess it's okay this time. Really? What the fuck, Byakuya? Feel free to look at it. Feel free to look at it in here, but you can't take it with you.
Byakuya handed me a file. I flipped through it with tense, nervous fingers. Suddenly, my hand stopped. I reached the page where photos from the scene of the crime has been collected. The names of Genocide Jack victims ran on for several pages. Ken Harada, 32. Tetsuhiro Honda, 17. Soji Gaku, 23. Kano Ise, 14. Takeshi Yoshida, 30. Momasuna Taro, Takefumi Gono, Uchida Naokisa, Takeshi Masume, Yomijima. There's no end to it. But one thing came perfectly clear as I read. All their killers' countless victims were killed and suspended in exactly the same way. And at the scene of every murder, the word bloodlust was left in the victim's own blood.
Now take a look at the next page and you'll find another interesting tidbit.
The next page?
Dramatic.
Profiling results? All the crimes took place either on weekdays at night or during holidays, either day or night. The most common time for killings to take place was on holidays, in the afternoon. Based on these facts, it can be suggested that the suspect may be a student.
Da-da-da.
Dun dun dun. Evidence suggests that the suspects lingered at the scene, but when they did leave, they were in a panic. Because an eyewitness has never come forward, it's unlikely there was any external cause for this. This confused behavior suggests that the suspect may potentially suffer from dissociative identity disorder.
So,
Or
in
DID.
other words,
The key point here is that the culprit may well have a split personality.
A split personality? Like the kind of thing you see on TV? Some part of another unbelievable story. This one is way more unbelievable than anything else up till now, including a murder school, apparently. Or maybe it really isn't. I don't know. I feel like my mind has gone numb.
Hey.
Genocide Jack, now a tooth bullet.
let's go.
Alright, we should get going soon.
Huh? Where are we going?
Anywhere but here. We finished our business here, haven't we?
Wait! Yakia! Stop leaving me! I'm coming!
Rear girl.
As usual, Bianca turned and left without another word. I hurried out to catch up.
Well, this is where we part ways. I have some things I need to take care of before the class trial.
You made me come out here for what reason then? Huh? Just all of a sudden like that?
I don't have time to play with you.
Come on, enough of your gnawing misapprehensions. Did you really think we'd be together the whole time? Do you think we'd be together forever?
Yes.
Take
I thought we were
responsibility.
getting married, Bianca. Take responsibility,
You're so thirsty,
Bianca.
Byakuya. Do take responsibility. I don't take responsibility for anything. I'm too rich.
Yeah, that's true.
Take responsibility for yourself and do something useful. Move the investigation forward on your own.
Goodbye.
You just have to do all the work, okay? And just like that, he was gone. Just as quickly as he asked me to join him, he cut me off. We were supposed to be engaged.
No.
Yeah. I felt like I was just a plaything getting tossed around.
Oh, you heartbreaker, Byakuya.
Bitch, you are you terrible
Bitch.
person.
You bitch.
At the same time, I uncovered something really important clues thanks to him. Genocide Jack. He's the one who killed Chihiro. And he's probably Byakuya.
We take responsibility for our child.
And that murderous fiend is one of us.
Da-da-da.
Who is it? I have to find that out, no matter what it takes.
I wonder who the fuck it is.
Obviously, it's Bitula. And to do that, somewhere I have to go investigate one more time. I have to go back to the crime scene. The girls' locker room. I should check the boys' locker room too. I mean, we did try that.
Tried.
The others
Yeah.
might have come up with some info that might find useful while I'm at it.
True.
I need to find out everything I can.
Alright, so. So, right, Q. I remember where the locker rooms are.
The pool. Second floor.
Oh, second floor?
Yeah.
Right.
This is
No,
the pool.
shit. Wrong button.
You're on the second floor. You're on the second floor, aren't you?
Oh yeah, we are. Oh,
We're
right.
on the second floor.
Oh my god.
You're fine. You're fine.
This is
You're
fine.
good.
This is fine. This is fine.
I think turn around. Yeah, turn around.
Yeah.
Go straight. Go to the right.
Doom Hall. It's always
No,
the
that's
Doom
not
Hall. No, it's not right.
No, it's right there. No, no, no.
Wait.
Go, yeah.
Here?
Wait, go back. No. No, no. Go right. Then straight. Go towards the stairs. The other stairs. The ones you
The
can actually
other
go through.
stairs.
No, no, no. Stop. Freeze. Yep. No. No. Go back. Straight. The pool's over there.
What are what the fuck?
Never mind. Just
You're very
you find it
confusing.
then. I know.
This is the library.
I like
so.
yeah. Go past the girls' bathroom. And then you're gonna turn right at the
There
hallway.
we go. Okay. This is why I need a GPS.
Oh no.
We got it.
We don't need to talk to him. No, no.
Sorry. Ding ding ding! Hifumi has discovered evidence revealing the identity of the culprit.
I feel as if.
Another stat increase for me.
Evidence? What did you find?
I cannot reveal that just yet.
That's it.
But I guarantee
I'm
that
sure
what I
of it.
found will steal the killer's breath from his lungs.
Are you sure about that?
Oh yeah, Miss Ludenberg said she'd witnessed something worthwhile too.
Really? What did she see?
Well,
She
it
refused to
would
tell me.
seem-
It's like when a girl bullies the boy she likes, right? Right? You fuck off, Hifumi. Fuck off.
Okay, so where's Celeste? Celeste now?
The warehouse by the dorms. She was there, but at the same time, not there.
What's it gonna be?
First things first.
Back. Dude had a real complex about being weak. You heard Chihiro talk about it, right? Oh, I need to get stronger. Yeah, I do remember she said that more than once. Oh wait, that's my Makoto. Sure did, which explains the trip down here. I feel like we already did this.
Yeah, maybe.
But does she really want to get? Yeah,
Yeah,
she was a
okay,
girl. Girls
fine.
aren't strong. You're rude. It's complex. Where did it come from? Blah blah blah.
Kyoko? Was Kyoko in here before?
Don't think so. Oh, sorry. Hey Kyoko, have you made any progress on your investigation?
Indeed.
Generally speaking.
However,
But I have to get going. I have something unrelated to take care of.
Wait, you would just hear something besides the investigation that you know is literally our lives?
Yeah,
What is it?
well,
nothing you need to worry about. Just concentrate on the murder.
But
so then,
Before
our
I go,
lives.
Alright, before I go, let me give you one piece of advice. You should examine Chihiro's body one more time, thoroughly. Also, her handbook is missing. You might want to determine its whereabouts.
goodbye.
That's it. I'll be praying for your success.
She's praying for us. With that, Kyoko turned and left the girls' locker room. I guess I'll
Hey,
take another look
Oracles.
at the body then.
What's up?
And Chihiro's handbook is missing? That's definitely worth worrying about. Chihiro's e-handbook has been added to the truth bullets. Body. Kyoko said I should examine the body once more.
Da-da-da.
I know she said thoroughly, but I do have my limits. I'm not stripping her down. I better give it a shot anyway. Let's see. Chihiro's hands are bound with what looks like to be some kind of rope. The rope was used to prop her up in some kind of crucifix position. Huh? This rope has a plug? Wait, so then this isn't a rope at all!
How do you not notice that?
But the more I think about it, the more that's not the only thing that concerns me. Chihiro's fatal injury was a blow to the head. Which means someone struck her on the head in order to kill her. That's right. The issue of her being suspended and the fatal blow. At first, I didn't see any reason to think too much about either of them. But seeing them again after Looking through the Genocide Jack file, something's not quite right. What does this all mean?
Da-da-da.
Status of dead body has been added to your truth bullets. Well, the one thing most likely to tie in all these mysteries together is the true nature of the rope that was used to suspend Chihiro. And to figure that out, there's a certain place I need to revisit and look over again.
Just there.
Plus, it may help to look at the case again.
We're just there.
Okay, so now we have to go to the dorms, and just making us travel all over the place.
Just in case, I'll see if this is the same.
Damn.
Chihiro's presence here was especially weak. Her body and her soul.
Right?
That's rude.
Yes, get this game, Rockballs. It's so good.
No forgiveness.
Yes! Get it! Get it! I'm playing the second one right now, and it's crazy. Even crazier than this. To target such a helpless being, it's unforgivable! What a wretched beast to do such a thing! I cannot forgive this!
Yeah, get it. Just in case.
There's a bloodstain.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
said it was my blow.
Yeah.
Murder
Okay.
weapon.
Okay. So, then let's get out of here. Really? Shit.
What? There is?
Maybe the blood stain on the floor? If I can.
What about the poster?
Oh. Oh, yeah, there's blood in the poster.
It's the bloodstained poster. The blood is the most noteworthy part, but
Oh,
big-breasted swimsuit model is pretty noticeable too. A girl's locker room doesn't seem the kind of place you find something like this.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wasn't that in bloodstain on the carpet? It can only be caused by the murder.
Yeah, this is the boys' locker room.
Go. We need to get to the boys. Go to the boys.
Yeah, yeah. No, no. Yeah. Yeah.
No. Like what? Huh. This poster. It's a popular boy named Tornado. Somehow it doesn't quite fit in with the boys' locker room. I mean, hey, to each their own. Oh, but wait, that
Yeah.
reminds me. Poster in the other locker room is. That's right. There's something strange about this. In the boys' locker room, there's a poster of there's a poster of a popular boy band. In the girls' locker room, there's a poster of a big-breasted swimsuit model. Could the posters have been switched? But if they were, why? What reason would anyone have? Maybe I should talk to someone who knows a little more about the locker rooms. 2 locker room posters have been added. So we have to go back to Sakura? Alright.
Maybe.
Because they just said we need to go talk to someone who knows locker rooms.
Yeah,
Locker
who's been
rooms,
using it a lot, so wouldn't she know?
Sakura and Hina would both.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the pool.
Yeah. I was just.
It's a beautiful pool.
Can-
Put a pool above the
Let's see. Yeah, it is in the same place as the poster had been in the boys' locker room.
You're right.
The tornado one. Yeah. More to find. Okay.
There's more to find?
Oh.
Oh, carpet. Wait, carpet? Oh. There's a strange stain on the carpet. What is it? Do you want to know?
Ooh.
I don't know if I want to know.
Is there anything else in here? I don't think so.
Doesn't seem like it, no.
Out of curiosity.
Girls' locker room key card
Okay.
reader. Oh.
Never mind. Got it. Okay.
Okay.
So, should we go with that back to Sakura? Maybe Hina would know too.
You spend a lot of time exercising in the girls' locker room, right, Sakura?
Of course.
I've used it nearly every day since it opened up. Sometimes Hina and I use it together. Okay, then let me ask you something. Do you think the posters in the boys' and girls' locker rooms could have been switched?
Da-da-da.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I can't really say. I never really paid attention to the posters. I see.
However,
But there is something that's bothering me about the locker room. You see, I like to drink a little protein coffee every time I finish exercising.
Okay.
You have protein coffee? The warehouse. It's not the highest quality, but I don't have a lot of other options.
Fair.
Fair. I mix protein powder with coffee, and I down a glass of it after exercising.
That sounds terrible.
It's a terrible idea, but alright. Anyway, the other day I spilled some on the carpet in the girls' locker room, and it left a stain. A stain? But I don't see any stain on the carpet now.
of course.
Except for the blood.
Exactly. I noticed it earlier. The stain has disappeared. I can only assume someone came along and cleaned it up. But still, isn't it unusually clean? As if there's never stain here to begin with? Wait a minute. We had a mysterious stain in the other carpet.
Yeah. Yeah, and now there's a not so mysterious stain of blood here.
That's true.
Okay. So... You think she'd recognize that she wasn't... okay, so either they changed both the poster and the carpet, or they swapped the plaques, but I think... Yeah, but I think Sakura would have noticed if she was going in the wrong door.
That's true. Well, you could hope. Maybe
You'd
not,
hope.
you know?
She didn't pay attention to the posters, but you think she'd pay attention to the door. But maybe we could talk to Hina, too.
Posters are most... Yeah, that's true. So we have to go library.
Oh, right, cool.
Library, dorm, and Hina.
Yeah. Okay, so... Let me move. There we go. Doom, 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 doom.
I want to take another look at the case file. I know it was around here somewhere. ... It's gone! Did someone take it out of the archive? The only one who would do something like that is Bitua.
I'm sure Sakura would go to the wrong... She would probably be Swiss cheese, but not now. But I mean,
No,
like,
not now. Monokuma gave everybody permission to go to either or.
yeah, after somebody died. So if it was switched afterwards. But you'd think she'd recognize that it was switched afterwards, that she'd been going constantly.
Can't think of anyone but Byakuya.
Well, gotta find Byakuya then. Actually,
He's gonna be hiding.
you can
He's
just
totally gonna be hiding.
probably. Well, I mean, we can find him
That's
by
true.
doing
Probably.
this. Okay, so Taka's there. He's there. She's there. She found something too. There's Sakura. Or, yeah, Aoi, I mean. Let's just... Oh, can we not... Can I not go places until I'm in the hallway? Shit.
No, you can only go Oh, maybe.
Damn.
Or maybe try when you're just in the library.
Yeah, I am just in the library.
Oh, you got out of the archive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently they make you do it
Or
when
maybe
you're
you
out.
just can't go there. Try another floor.
Yeah. Yeah. That was not what I wanted to hit. This is the second floor already, so... Nope, I don't think you can. Alright,
Yeah,
alright.
it's weird. Okay.
Ah, let me out, let me out. Okay. Let's get back out into the hall and then do it. Oh, really? Okay, what's in here then? Let's see.
Tap it.
Mail from a letter.
Doubt that. Yeah. According to this letter. Oh.
Oh, sorry.
And what's more, it didn't happen recently. Apparently it closed down over a year ago. Mastermind probably took it to abandon school in order to start this killing game. Explains why there aren't any other students here, because it's not a real school. And then there's these serious issues that have forced the school to close down in the first place.
Oh yeah, Clarice. I would have thought the same thing. Like, you think you'd tell her about the stain that you found in the other room.
Nah.
Nope.
It's not till the class trial.
Apparently not.
We can't help each other out that well, you know?
Yeah, apparently.
Is there any connection between that and what's happening to us now? Find out after these commercial breaks.
After these commercial breaks where we go to get alcohol, right?
Already got.
Oh, you already got it? Well, now I need some. Alright.
I got thirsty and I have my whole case of White Claw next to me, so...
That's fair. Okay, Kayla, that means that you have to entertain chat while I get some wine. So
I got this.
Yeah, you got this. You got this.
Got this. So, hi everyone. I mean, there's a lot of blood here, and there will be more blood. There will be more blood. I have already watched a streamer play this through, and it's crazy. It's very crazy. I'm personally playing the second one right now. I mean, it is pink, so it could just be ink. Maybe it's just ink. You know, pink's blood's not pink, so it's just ink. It's not blood. It's crazy. I only did like the what's it called, the preface, like the introduction, and I'm already so invested. I don't know what Homestuck is. Sorry.
What? You don't know what Homestuck is.
How
Oh,
were you
shit.
surprised by this point? How were you surprised by this by now?
That's true. You haven't gone to any cons, especially not ones that were like way back when.
Oh wait, are those the little demon
Yeah, with the candy corn
People
horns.
with the can? Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. I sort of know them then. I've seen them at the con. I've been to a singular con. No, two con. I have two con under my belt. I know. I'm sorry. I am a terrible person not knowing.
It's fine. It's just you are an oddity.
I'm a very odd, weird, and interesting person, yes.
Mm. Okay.
Okay.
Yep, I got my boost.
Good. Is it a good boost or medium boost?
I mean, it's cheap red wine, but it tastes good to me, so I'm fine with it.
So weird. What was it? $5 wine? Ugh.
8, 9.
Still disgusting. You can't get anything other than under 30 and actually be good.
I mean, I get some good dessert wines, like for like 16-ish. I've done
Well,
that.
red wines. For dessert wines, you could probably get to about 25 to maybe 20, if you're like lucky.
I mean, this is kind of a dessert wine to me. It's sweet.
Okay, okay. That's still $8 though. Like, Dot, dot, dot. I am disappointed. I mean, dot, dot, dot.
That's right. Okay.
The mastermind's motive. If we can figure out why they want to prison us all here. Would that be enough to get us out of here? Or nothing. Okay.
Anything else? Yeah, okay, fine. Nope.
Maybe the extension cord, the lamp?
Oh, right.
Huh? The lamp won't turn on. Oh, it's not plugged in. Oh, I see. It's not plugged in. The lamp's cord isn't long enough to reach the outlet from here. The last time I saw it, it definitely was on, and it was definitely right here. That's right. Bjarke was using an extension cord.
Da-da-da.
But there's no extension cord here now.
Oh, you're so slow.
I wonder if... Really? Really? Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Kodo!
Okay, now we can leave. Okay, okay.
Kodo's so slow sometimes.
Yeah. So I believe I was in the dining hall.
She's usually there, yeah. She likes donuts.
How was this boy in high school?
Oh, Hina! How's Toko doing? Same as before. She won't come out, and she just keeps on mumbling something about Genocide Jack. So I just left her there. You left her? My head was all swimmy, and I was getting pretty hungry.
Swimmy, I get it.
Yeah.
Oh, but don't worry, I'm gonna head back as soon as I'm done eating. Toko's not exactly pleasant, but I'm still worried about her. Speaking of which, what are you eating?
Huh?
A donut, of course. Of course. There's two things I'm sure God created: outer space and donuts. Really? I bet Chihiro would have liked to eat more donuts. Maybe that was her one big regret.
Wow.
Aw.
I should try spend more time with her.
Yeah.
Come to think of it, who did she spend the time with?
Well,
Oh, she's really, was a little bit strange. Didn't really hang out with the other girls much. It was like she was trying to keep her distance from us. Actually, Sakura said something similar. She said that even though you and her invited Chihiro to exercise with you, she always refused.
yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's true. And it wasn't just us either. It was like she stayed away from all the girls. Was she just shy? I don't know. She talked to the boys all the time. Isn't it kind of weird to be shy around your own sex but be totally fine with the opposite sex?
Not really.
No. Oh wait, maybe she was used to guys spoiling her. The law says you can't judge a book by its cover, right? You think so? Never really saw her that kind of girl. I always count has been added.
Okay. So that's all here, so. Then.
Was the dorms, right, for someone?
Yeah, I think.
I don't remember who it was.
Where's
Oh, the map will
Celeste?
tell you. Oh, right, Celeste.
I think it was Celeste.
I think she's on...
There she is. Oh, no. Okay.
Oh.
So, that's again then. Oh, she was in the warehouse, like little storage room around the corner. Okay. Okay. So. I was like in that little alcove back there.
Yeah, right hand side.
Yep.
Right hand side.
There we go. There she is.
Celeste, what are you doing here?
This warehouse
This
is amazing. It has absolutely everything one might need to live a full life. From food to clothes to towels, there's an endless supply to choose from.
I see that, but have you found anything related to the case?
Most unfortunate.
I knew you were going to ask me that. I thought talking about the warehouse itself might misdirect you, but I see it was pointless.
Then you did find something.
Very well, I will tell you, and only you.
Actually,
Last night, I saw her here. Chihiro was in the warehouse.
What? Really?
indeed.
This was right before nighttime.
Hmm? What are you doing out this late?
Oh, I was just...
Are you planning to go exercise, perhaps?
What? How did you know?
Because I can see a blue track jacket sticking out of that duffel bag you're carrying.
Oh, you're right. Thanks. Well, I'd better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry. ...
She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
Yes, indeed.
I assumed she was merely stocking up to go exercise in the morning, but it would appear she ignored the nighttime rule and headed directly to the girls' locker room. If she hadn't broken our rule, none of this would have happened. You get what you deserve, I suppose.
So apparently, she went to the girls' locker room late at night in order to exercise without anyone knowing. But the strange thing is, there's no trace of a track jacket or duffel bag. Celeste said she saw Chihiro carry.
I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just plunge right in? It's the moment you've all been waiting for! The class trial!
Here we go.
You remember where to meet, right? Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon!
It just screams evil. Begin the class trial, or it's about to begin. It's right there.
Yeah.
Dot dot dot.
I'm gonna save.
Excellent idea.
Okay. Fine.
Am I blind, or are we missing someone?
Obvious.
Yo.
Yeah, Toku's not here.
Huh?
And Toku is...
You really don't remember?
Come on!
You're kidding! I'm... Go ahead and drag her out here, kicking and screaming. Just one moment, please. And just like he said, a few minutes later, he appeared, dragging Toko behind him.
I told him I didn't want to, but he...
Right? Okay then, hustle on to the elevator and let's get this show on the road. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
So, shall we get going? It's time to find out who killed Chihiro.
Chihiro Fujisaki. A girl like that. And that murderer is one of us.
Da-da-da. Yeah.
We have
It's
no
true.
choice, right? We have to do this.
Yes.
I gave a small nod in reply. With one last deep breath, I walked towards the elevator on shaky legs. With each step forward, I could feel my heart starting to race faster and faster. And soon everyone was on. The elevator began to descend. I couldn't get a handle on my emotions. Couldn't stop speculating. The steel box sank with a heavy clunking sounds deeper and deeper into the ground. As we went deeper, the uneasiness in my heart grew bigger and bigger. The elevator was unaffected, however, and continued to descend without hesitation. Up until finally... Food's ready. I mean, it came to a sudden stop. What do you think? I redecorated. Isn't it so fresh? Isn't it so exciting?
Don't waste our time with stupid questions. Let's get this over with.
Very nice.
Good, good. You were raring to go. Gotta say, I don't hate it. Not at all.
Well,
Okay then, let's get this show on the road.
chills, kills!
Everyone, please find your assigned seats.
It begins. Da-da-da.
And so, the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal,
Betrayal.
a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly... Okay, we get it, it's deadly.
Yeah. Deadly.
Cross trial.
Da-da-da.
Yes.
Fine.
Alright, let's go set our skills.
I only have like 3 of them, I think.
You only have 3 of them, yeah. We need to hang out with more people. Alright, so focus gauge recovers quickly.
Right.
I'll let go.
Increase spell capacity, effective roll at time battle.
Increases damage. Nice, nice.
Focus gauge.
Focus recovers. That's good.
Stop debate the hangman's game at the bullet time cost. Okay. I still have no idea how I've been using these at all.
It's automatic. These are like passive abilities.
Okay. Company handbook. Let's see what we got. Okay.
Truthful. Let's go.
Alright. Monokuma file. So,
Okay,
victim
yep.
was Chihiro Fujisaki. Time of death estimated to be around 2 a.m. Body was discovered in the girls' locker room on the 2nd floor of the school. Cause of death was a blow to the head with a blunt object. Killed instantly. Then... Sakura's account. Although Chihiro wanted to get stronger, she declined several invitations from Sakura and Aoi, and may have used the locker room late at night to avoid them. Despite this, Chihiro had stated she desired help with her efforts. She may have been meeting someone in the locker room the night she was murdered. But who? The dumbbell found on the floor of the girls' locker room has significant amount of blood on it. On his account, Chihiro had told anyone willing to listen that she wanted to get stronger. Some assumed that due to her inferiority complex about being weak, she admired strength more than anything else. Card reader. To unlock a locker room, you need to swipe your e-handbook over the card reader. You need a male student's handbook for the boys' locker room and female students for the girls. It's not possible for 2 people to enter at the same time. Additionally, lending someone your handbook is a violation of school rules. Then, main hall. The handbook of each student that has died is placed in the mailbox in the main hall. One of the handbooks found in the main hall had been broken, which is apparently a rare occurrence. Junko and Sayaka's handbooks both seem to still work, so it is assumed the broken handbook is Leon's. However, Monokuma claims that it's very unlikely that Leon's handbook would have been broken. Suspected genocide Jack. Victims include Ken Harada, Tetsuhiro Honda, and Shoji Gaku, among countless others. They were killed in the same way and mounted to a nearby wall. The word bloodlust was found at the scene of each crime, written in blood. Profiling indicates the killer is likely a student suffering from a split personality. Aoi's account. Chihiro seems to have consciously kept her distance from the other girls at the school, even from the beginning. Meanwhile, it has been noticed that she got along remarkably well with her male classmates. The carpet in the boys' locker room was found with a blackish stain on it. Blood was found in the poster in the girls' locker room. The poster featured a big-breasted supermodel popular among young boys. Meanwhile, the poster in the boys' locker room was for a boy band popular with teenage girls. Chihiro's handbook was not found on her corpse and has apparently gone missing. Chihiro's body had been suspended and her hands had been bound with some kind of rope. Or we found it wasn't rope, it was literally an extension cord. Fatal injury was a blow to the head. Sakura mentioned that she was responsible for a coffee stain in the girls' locker room floor. However, the stain had since been inexplicably scrubbed away. One of the handbooks found in the main hall had been broken. Wait, no. How'd I go back? Damn it. Oops. Accidentally. That's what I did. Damn it. Chihiro's handbook. There we go. Chihiro's handbook was not found on her corpse and has apparently gone missing. Oh, right. Why is everything...
Your desk lamp. Go there. That's where we are.
Okay. Thank you. Yakuya was known to use this lamp often. However, the extension cord had gone missing at some point and the lamp's cord didn't quite reach an outlet. We already know! On the night of the murder, right before nighttime, Chihiro was spotted leaving the warehouse. It seems she was stuffing some blue exercise clothes into a duffel bag. Presumably, she was on her way to exercise, but the clothes were not found at the crime scene. Celeste had not told anyone other than Makoto about this encounter. Okay. So that's what we got.
Bullets.
That's what we got. Let's do this. It begins.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, then. So, first off, let's talk about the murder weapon!
First, we have to make clear what was used to deliver the fatal blow.
Spinny, spinny, spinny. Alright, I remember how to use this.
I think you shoot.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
Oh, no.
Because your bullets for contradiction.
Oh,
Something
right. Yeah, right.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
Interesting.
No, come back! Ah, damn it!
That certainly would make for a powerful weapon.
Damn it.
Poor Chihiro.
Do you know how to skip through this?
No.
Nope. Cool. I don't know either.
Okay.
I know there's a way to make it faster.
Chihiro's
So we can
fatal injury.
Yeah, come on.
It appears it was a head wound.
Thanks
According
for
to the
Tony.
Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
There we go.
No, that's wrong. Can we agree that the object that dealt the fatal blow was the dumbbell, found at the scene of the crime? It was covered in blood, and there was nothing else at the scene that could have caused that kind of injury.
And the wound on the victim's head is consistent with the shape of the dumbbell. As far
I
as
can't
I'm
remember which one
concerned,
either.
there's no mistake and no room for doubt on this one.
You looked at her head wound?
Duh, you kind of have to.
Yay! That's so creepy!
Dot, dot, dot.
If you don't mind, I will proceed from here. Let's move on to discussion of the culprit. Although, I believe Genocide Jack.
Hey, Jack. The fake to know about it.
Yeah.
For this debate, lines of white noise will appear to disrupt your reactions. From getting in your way. Press the right mouse button to attach the silencer, which you can use to shoot down the white noise. However,
so, why they do this to me? Why?
Oh, but if your action difficulty is set to gentle,
good.
you might not hear at all.
Yay, don't have to worry about this shit.
In any case, you can just forget about it.
Yay, good.
Well then, good luck. Have fun.
Yeah, fuck that noise. Fuck that literal noise. Okay.
The Jack case file.
The culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure of it. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible.
Why? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on. There's just no proof for it.
No, that's wrong. I might know one reason he could be involved.
What?
I found this file while I was looking around the archive in the library. I guess it's some kind of confidential file the police put.
What? That's kind of weird as shit, isn't it? What was something like that doing in the library?
The why of it is probably more trouble than it's worth. So let's forget about that for now. More importantly, it outlines all the specifics of every Genocide Jack case in exceeding detail. According to the file, there appear to be 2 defining characteristics in every Genocide Jack case.
I think there were 3.
The first is that a bloody message is found written at the scene of every murder.
Oh, that's right. Boob lust.
Fuck you, Hifumi.
No. It's actually bloodlust.
Literal trash, Hifumi.
But more important is the other characteristic, and it's something that has never been made public.
Never made public? What the hell is it?
Why don't you tell them, Makoto?
The other characteristic of every Genocide Jack case, which the world at large doesn't know. If I'm not mistaken, has to do with the positioning of the body.
I got it! Apparently, in every Genocide Jack case, the killer suspends the body in a certain way. Other than the killer, the only people who know about this are the higher-ups in the police department.
However, Chihiro was most definitely suspended in the same way. So, how did the culprit know about this when only high-level police officials were aware of it? There's only one logical answer I can think of. It's because the culprit in this case is the real Genocide Jack.
No fucking way!
You're saying Genocide Jack is one of us?
Yes. In fact, it's Toko.
What?
Genocide Jack's true identity is Toko Fukawa.
Gasp.
You lie! Never would have guessed.
What? Hey, okay, wait, hold on a sec. Toko has, like, bloodophobia or whatever, remember? What kind of serial killer is afraid of blood?
Is Toko Genocide Jack? The answer is yes and no.
Another riddle? Man, why is this gotta be so complicated?
Because it's a game.
It's a riddle for sure, but I feel I understand it. It means for Genocide Jack to be Toko, but also not be Toko. The answer is that she's not just one person, but multiple people, right?
Da da da!
Dun dun dun! Hangsman's Gambit.
Shit. Shit. Wait. Let's see. This is a weird... I know what it's supposed to be, but... No, wait.
No, it's
no, wait.
T, isn't it?
Wait. Wait, what?
I don't know.
That's what I tried to hit.
You've hit them a couple times.
Now I understand. Is it because Genocide Jack has a split personality?
Huh?
I think I read that somewhere in the file, too. They thought that the suspect might have, what did they call it? Dissociative identity disorder.
Which is not the same as schizophrenia.
But still, to go and say that about Miss Fukawa is...
Perfectly acceptable. Toko's strange behavior after seeing the body is proof enough that she has a split personality.
Like, she was in the room when Junko got killed. How did she not see all that blood?
So one thing that shows Toko could have split personality has to do with her behavior.
Yeah, duh.
I got it! You're
Is that
talking
literally-
about how she started acting totally different than usual, right?
That's right. Think back. She fainted when she saw Chihiro's corpse, and then, when she woke up...
I'm fine. Wait, no, wait, I need the... Get that. I'm fine. Whoa, is that a dead body? Hey, are you dead? She must have hit her head real hard when she fainted. The world has a front and a back, a top inning and a bottom, a sea of truth and a web of lies. This is quite concerning. I mean, she sounds completely different.
She was acting funny, that's for sure. That melancholy tone of hers completely disappeared.
Don't go assigning adjectives to my tone without permission.
Not to mention, once she regained consciousness and saw Chihiro's body again, she was utterly calm. In other words, within her is one personality that can handle blood, and one that obviously can.
So when Toko trapped herself in her room, it's because she was scared of Genocide Jack?
I won't let Genocide Jack have control. I'll drive out the killer, drive out the murderous fiend.
The reason she locked herself in her room wasn't to keep other people from getting in. It was to keep her other personality from getting out.
What?
Toko was afraid. Afraid of the murderous fiend inside of her. Of killing even more people.
How?
Yeah. How can you know all this?
I do believe you misunderstood her. What she's trying to say isn't, how can you know all this? No. What she wants to know is, how could you tell them?
Huh?
Last night, just before Monokuma gave his motive speech, Toko and I had a strange conversation. She told me a most interesting story. She said a murderous fiend lived within her, and she was afraid it could appear and attack at any time. And that trepidation is what's caused her to have such a bleak attitude. Isn't that right, Toko?
This is all a lie. Right, Toko?
You said you wouldn't tell anyone.
What?
You promised! I can't believe you lied!
You have only yourself to blame. You came to me with your tragic little story. I didn't ask you to. This is the real world, not some romantic fantasy fairy tale.
Fuck you, bitch, Kia.
Besides, you broke your promise first. You said that as long as you were here, no matter what, you wouldn't let Genocide Jack kill anyone. But in spite of that promise...
I'm sorry, I couldn't keep our promise. But don't worry, never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again!
You said if I kept my promise, you would go out with me. That's the only reason I promised.
How many times do I have to tell you? I never said that, but you weren't able to do it.
Jeez.
You just couldn't resist that rush you got from killing, could you?
I tried. I swear I tried to control it.
But your efforts were useless. What a disappointment.
Jeez.
I hate you.
Well, the opening act is nearly finished. All that's left is to hear from the person in question directly.
The person? You don't mean...
Well.
Toko's body suddenly lunged backwards. A huge thud echoed across the courtroom, but in the next second...
Well, hello there! Is it me you were hoping to see? Yes! What the heck? So you figured it out, huh? Well, whatever. What are you gonna do? I'm the ultimate murderous fiend, Genocide Jack! Or better yet, let's go with Genocide Jill!
What the fuck is this?
Toko, what happened to you?
Not Toko. That's a loser name. And what happened is a textbook split personality. So what if one of them happens to be a serial killer? You should turn a blind eye to one's faults.
So intense.
Like they say, sound and murderous mind, sound and murderous body.
This one is so different from the one we've come to know.
Yes, well, the world is composed of a front and a back, you know. Just like how every inning has a top and a bottom, or how in the depths of every truth lives a little lie. Behind every dark and gloomy soul lives another that shines as bright as the sun!
I love it. I actually have this costume, and I have the tongue as a prop.
This is the murderous fiend, Genocide Jack. This is beyond insane.
Top and a bottom, I'm a bottom.
Miss Jack, Jill, can I ask you a question?
What's up?
I love that face, though.
Some of us think you might be the mastermind behind our entire situation. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll tell you. I am the mastermind of all masterminds. Just kidding.
Then it's not true?
Hey, Toby. Yeah, right? This is a great game.
Of course it's not true. How dare you try to link me to that creepazoid?
Creepazoid.
And another thing, the police and government and society in the outside world are totally powerless.
That licking emote is perfect.
I mean, they just let this idiotic, bloodthirsty maniac go buck wild all over town.
Sure, I'm a bloodthirsty maniac, but life is pain, right? To live is to hurt other people.
Life is pain.
It's a necessary evil if you want to survive. The act of living itself causes pain for everyone.
So fucking deep. She should have been an Evangelion.
Just kidding again!
This should be enough to convince you. This murderous fiend is responsible for Chihiro's death. There's clearly a motive, so there should be no doubt.
A motive?
Remember what Monokuma told us? If someone didn't murder and graduate within 24 hours, an embarrassing memory or secret would be revealed. Well, let's assume that Toko's secret was about Genocide Jack. If a secret like that came to light, Toko's life would have undoubtedly been forever ruined. So she had a very clear motive to never have that side of herself exposed.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. But sorry, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm not the culprit.
Huh?
But I cannot imagine anyone other than you could murder someone in such a bizarre fashion.
Maybe so, but nevertheless, it's the truth.
Do you really expect any of us to believe you?
Yeah. I could never believe a word you say, you monster.
Maybe. Just maybe she's totally right about that. But there's something still bothering me. What she said. I need to get some more details about all this.
Da-da-dan.
Make your argument.
Stats the dead body. Let's go.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone.
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely. What more proof do we need? Give it up. You killed her.
That's fine. Blah, blah, blah.
Except focus.
Sorry, but I didn't kill
Not my
anyone.
fault. I can't click at the right
You
time.
say
Damn
that,
it.
but do you really expect any of us to
There's
believe
only
it?
one person to blame,
Perhaps
to be
if you had
honest.
an alibi, that would change things.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely.
Oh, come on!
What more proof do we need?
Damn it.
Give it up.
Missed again.
You killed her.
Damn it. Come on.
Blah, blah, blah.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone.
You say that, but do you
I'm also
really
using my
expect any of us to
non-dominant
believe
hands
it?
for controllers,
Perhaps
so
if you
that's
had
why I
an
don't
alibi,
normally
That would change things.
Oh,
don't
an
normally do
alibi,
video games
huh?
that need
Now we're talking.
time shit.
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely.
There we go.
No, that's wrong. Are the methods of murder really exactly the same? I'm not so sure about that. I think there's a slight difference between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
Huh? How's it any different?
Uh-oh, you don't know? Well then, human garbage, let me tell you!
Oh, that's too funny.
I murder with passion and conviction. I consider myself a professional, and I have a very particular way of doing things. Imagine you go to a fancy Italian restaurant. They're very picky about the noodles, the sauce, everything. But what happened to Chihiro? It'd be like if that same Italian restaurant started using ragu or Chef Boyardee. This is no creation of mine.
Let me rephrase that in a way that maybe makes more sense. There are two clear differences between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
The photos from the other Genocide Jack cases look at the neck and stomach. Here you see a clear difference.
I got it! For one, the cause of death is different.
I appreciate your faith in me, Toby. It's not what you should have in me, but I appreciate it anyway.
In the Genocide Jack murders, all the victims were killed the same way. According to the case file, they were all apparently killed with a...
Could you please stop comparing killing people to cooking?
Oh, now I'm fucking hungry.
So, are you saying the other difference has to do with how the body was arranged?
Victims were stabbed through their hands. Here you see a clear difference.
I got it! Do you remember what the killer used to suspend her? They used some kind of rope to hang her up
It's
by her
literally an
wrists.
extension cord. You know this.
What is your
Stop
point?
saying some kind of rope.
Seriously.
Well,
We all know what
in
it
all
is.
the previous Genocide
Makoto,
Jack cases,
what the fuck?
something else was used to suspend them. Specifically, pairs of razor-sharp scissors.
And guess what? I used my own specially designed scissors for the murders and the arrangement. Like I said, I'm a professional, so naturally I'm very picky about the tools I use. And you know what else? Big Mac said there's two differences, but he's wrong.
Big Mac. Big fucking Mac.
Still
Mac?
hungry. Still
Are
hungry.
you referring to
I'm
me?
really hungry.
Listen up, Big Mac. There's actually one more difference.
Huh?
My word, you really didn't notice? Take a look at who the victims were in each Genocide Jack case.
They were all male.
There's a pattern there, just waiting to be discovered.
A pattern?
Figure that out, and it'll be plain as death why I couldn't have possibly killed that little lolly girl.
Lolly? That's okay.
Let me see.
But yeah, but
There's patterns surrounding the Genocide Jack victims, and Chihiro didn't fit it? Look at the names of each victim. What you notice is... I think I figured it out. I know why she couldn't have killed Chihiro.
I got it!
Because Chihiro
Is it
was her
because
lover.
Chihiro was a girl?
Bingo! Bullseye! Right on the money!
What are you talking about?
In all the Genocide Jack cases, all the victims had something in common.
Ken, Tetsuhiro,
Ken Harada.
Shoji,
Blah 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 blah.
blah, blah, blah.
Insert names here.
So many names.
More names.
Blah, blah, blah.
They were all guys?
That's right! The people I kill with such passion and conviction are all adorable little men! I can't believe I said it! I'm so embarrassed!
The hell is wrong with you?
I can't help it! I'm just a full-throttle boy-on-boy fangirl, and the mopey side of me just hates it.
Wow.
But now I'm on the fast track to becoming a full-fledged fan madam!
I assume she used Fujoshi in the original.
So since Chihiro was a girl and not an adorable little man, you wouldn't kill her?
Would an Italian chef suddenly start making ramen just because they're both noodles? Don't be stupid.
Wow.
I have too much
I want
passion
ramen,
and conviction to
damn it.
cross that line. That's the absolute reality of the one and only.
Pasta.
We get it. You've clearly explained your hobby and your philosophy. But that's not all there is to it. It's a different matter entirely, when you're forced to kill in order to survive.
Quiet, lowly cur!
Lowly? Cur?
Woo.
I would never kill for a reason as petty as mere survival. And if by some fluke I did kill to survive, why would I bother with the message and arrangement? It'd make me the obvious suspect!
That does make some amount of sense.
Plus, whatever reason I have for killing, I would never leave out my prized scissors. Who would go out of their way to use a big, stupid, heavy dumbbell?
Maybe you used the dumbbell because you couldn't find any scissors in the school?
Any scissors? I don't just use any scissors. I only use my own set of high-class envy of the entire world scissors!
Okay, whatever. There still aren't any in the school.
Are you sure about that?
Pull them out.
She's
Take them out
fully equipped.
from wherever.
Yeah, just leave it at that.
That's
No,
right!
She has
so I can
holsters.
kill anywhere, anytime!
Yeah.
Why would I resort to dumbbells or rope when I have my trusty scissors by my side? Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong. You can't, can you? Gutter dogs, all of you!
Gutter dogs.
Not to mention, I have no clue how to tie a good knot. So rope's totally out of the question anyway.
Rope.
Whoa.
I have no idea what's going on anymore! Could such a heinous villain
idea.
really be innocent?
But the body really was suspended, right? And nobody but the police knew about that.
Always go with fire, huh?
Yeah.
Yes,
That's why we
very-
figured it had to be
very
the real
effective
deal
to
and not some
destroy.
copycat killer or whatever.
Unless they're shadows, then it's only half effective.
Yeah, fair.
Actually, hold on. There is one person. One person who copied the Genocide Jack cases.
I mean, technically,
It's obvious.
bitch Kuya.
Yes.
Here's my answer. Byakuya, it's possible you could have found out, isn't it?
Hey, Sujisui. Sorry, I will never know how to pronounce your name properly. I'm so
Sui.
sorry. Let me know. Like,
CG.
CG.
CG Sway.
Oh, yeah, right.
You'd have no problem gaining access to classified government documents or internal police records. Plus, you'd already looked through the Genocide Jack file before this all happened, hadn't you?
Dot, dot, dot.
Are you saying Mr. Togami did it?
Dot, dot, dot.
Then the reason he pushed the theory of Genocide Jack being the killer so hard was because he wanted to pin the crime on her.
So, he rearranged the scene to disguise it and make it look like I put my stamp on it. The adorable glasses man was behind it all. Oh, I'm on fire!
Well, Byakuya, what's your response?
I see. So now the suspicion falls on me. Then I must ask, when would you say I began acting suspicious? Surely you must have an answer.
Looking back and thinking about it
Protect
now,
Toko.
the way you were acting right before we discovered the body was a little strange.
No protecting Toko. That is not.
Yes.
No.
And the locker rooms. They're suspicious. Very suspicious indeed, wouldn't you agree?
Huh? Suspicious?
It seems nobody's searched the locker rooms. Let's start with the girls' locker room.
You wanted to go to the girls' locker room right away, right? But since you're a guy...
I should have naturally thought of the boys' locker room first. Is that what you want to say? The victim was Chihiro, a girl. Hence why I said we should check the girls' locker room.
Nothing strange about that, I'd say.
On the contrary, there's something very strange.
Okay then, what's so strange about it? Go ahead, share with the rest of the class.
Okay.
See. Very.
Okay, so what we got? Truth flashback. If you aim at a weak spot and hold down the left mouse button, then you'll memorize that weak spot. This memorized phrase can only be shot once as a single truth bullet. If you shoot or change the truth bullet, it will disappear from your truth cylinder. Okay. You can use this flashback feature as many times as you want. If you don't seem to have the answer to a lie or contradiction in your loaded truth bullets, it might be wise to memorize a different weak spot and use that to make your case. When's the best time to flashback? Well, you'll just have to use your keen wits, won't you? Damn it! Never tell me I need to do that. That's not gonna happen. Say that if you don't use a flashback, you won't be refuting anything. Well then, good luck and have fun. Okay. Let's see. Monokuma file number 2. Shit, what was in that?
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body.
The what?
But he was
2 a.m.
acting weird.
Right.
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room,
you absolutely take it! That's a natural reaction for any guy!
The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl. So of course I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first. There was no time for pointless distractions. What's so strange about that?
I wish you'd taken me with you.
I don't even know. There was?
Okay.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body.
Before we
But
found
he
the
was
body?
acting
Oh shit.
weird.
Ah, damn it.
How?
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room,
you absolutely take it! That's a natural reaction for any guy!
The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl.
I mean, that was not... Damn it, I don't know how to use that other thing.
Shoot!
I think we can't help you.
Yeah, what the fuck?
So,
Maybe
you
have
said
it hover over
Byakuya
it?
was acting kind of
How'd you
weird
get it
before we
to-
found the body.
No, that's not... Oh,
No,
wait,
you
do
have
you have
to-
to click on...
You have to get the new thing we just learned. I forget what it's called. So you steal a phrase from...
Yeah, how do you do that? But that's what I was trying to do.
Something with left click.
Yeah, I know how to do the left click, but I didn't know like what I was... I thought I was clicking on it right, but apparently not.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird
It has to
before
turn
we
into
found the
this
body.
blue
But he was
thing
acting
before.
weird.
Yeah.
Maybe hold it
if
down.
you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room,
you absolutely take it!
Yeah,
That's
so
a
that was
natural
it.
reaction
Whatever
for
you did
any
there.
guy!
Yeah,
The
that.
victim was Chihiro,
Do it again.
who was a girl.
There you
So
go.
of course I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first. There was
Okay.
no time
But-
for pointless distractions.
I don't
What's
think
so
you should do it on
strange about
the
that?
victim was Chihiro.
I wish you'd taken
I
me
think
with
you have to do it on the first one.
The first one?
Yeah, before the body was found.
Okay.
Maybe.
Oh, that's true. We've known before we'd even found it. That's true.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body.
Right, no, shit, damn it! Shit! I'm really bad at this. Shit.
Believe in you. We got this. We got
So,
this.
you said
Thanks so much for
Byakuya
stopping
was
by,
acting
Simpaticos. Have a
weird
good night.
before we found the body. But he was acting weird.
Oh.
Damn it.
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room, you
Can't
absolutely take
it.
it. That's a
You
natural
can only do
reaction
it on
for any
orange
guy.
The victim was
can only do it on
Chihiro,
orange
who was a
phrases.
girl. So of course I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first.
So you
There
can't
was
do
no
anything.
time for pointless distractions.
No,
What's
you
so
need
strange
to get,
about that?
do the blue swirly thing
Oh, the first
before
one.
the body was found. Yes.
Okay, I get it.
I think.
Okay.
Don't quote me.
Okay.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body.
There we
He was
go.
acting weird. How?
Okay.
If you're
Okay.
presented with the opportunity
Think I
to
might have
check
gotten it.
out the girls' locker
Think
room,
we got it now, guys.
Yeah.
You
Good,
absolutely
guys.
take
Okay.
it. That's a natural reaction for any guy.
The victim was Chihiro.
There we go. Okay.
We did it. We did it.
Okay.
I'll tell you what's so strange about that. Because up until we actually discovered the body, we couldn't have known who the victim was. So your claim that you went to the girls' locker room first because Chihiro was the victim doesn't hold up.
I see. That's a good answer, I must admit. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. But your reasoning is still too weak.
Huh?
What's wrong? Is that it? Surely you've got more than that. Go ahead. Show us.
Oh, fine. What's with Byakuya's attitude?
Because he's an asshole.
It's bit you up for a reason. It's like he doesn't even care. Got him cornered, but he's acting like it has nothing to do with him.
What's the matter? You're not finished already, are you? There must be more to it.
There is. I think.
There is more to it. Think about it. We just talked about the differences between this case and past Genocide Jack incidents. The proof you're looking for is hidden in there.
Oh? Proof that I'm the culprit, you mean?
Of course.
Dot, dot, dot.
The differences between this case and other Genocide Jack murders. The evidence that provides Byakuya is responsible is hidden in there?
Hidden, or what'd you say? In
What
plain
could it
sight?
be?
Here we go again. Library desk lamp. Aha.
What? The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again?
Not
When
really.
I want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those
Correct.
same scissors to arrange the body.
Correct.
But Chihiro was suspended with. It was some kind of rope. Was it not?
No.
That's right. It absolutely was.
Incorrect.
then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
It's
Hey,
not real.
Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
Boom.
Guys.
No, that's wrong.
Boom.
Actually, I'm pretty sure you have seen it before. Because, you see, that rope, or should I say, that extension cord?
What? An extension cord?
He didn't notice.
Wow, guys.
Byakuya, you've used the extension cord in the library more than once, haven't you? And the same extension cord that was in the library all this time went missing after the murder. And there's no way someone who uses that extension cord as much as you do wouldn't discover that fact.
Then Byakuya must be the one who took the extension cord. I can't imagine any other possibility.
Don't.
That's really what you think? Then your conclusion is something like this? I killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, then hung her up and wrote that bloody message. I intentionally made it look like Genocide Jack was behind it. Is that about right? ...
He's doing it again. He's totally calm, totally unconcerned. As if he's not even involved. Wait, not even involved?
What's wrong? I asked you if you think that's what happened.
Hell yes, that's what happened. So that's it, right? Byakuya is the killer.
I don't disagree with not disagreeing.
He kept calling this a game, right? So he'd be totally willing to do something like this to win.
One moment. Sorry, I just need to respond to a quick thing moment. Pardon me. Okay. ...
Sorry, but could we hold on just a second? I think we need to talk about this a little more.
Huh? Do we really need to? We've already decided who did it.
I know, but still, there's something that's still bothering me.
Is that right? And what, pray tell, is still bothering you? I killed her in the girls' locker room, then disguised my crime. Specifically, I dressed it up to make it look like it was the work of a homicidal psychopath.
To be fair, like...
What about all that bothers you?
If it has to do with the fact that he couldn't get into the girls' locker room, we literally have the pads that the handbooks.
True. Was it now? Something's not right. Chihiro's body was definitely found in the girls' locker room. But does that mean? Can I really just accept what Byakuya said as the truth?
Or does it have to do with the poster swap?
No, I don't think so. There's something off about what he said.
I got it! You say you killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, right? But are you sure about that? Isn't it possible that the murder took place somewhere else?
How disappointing. What kind of question is that? Even in the world of disappointments, this is a true letdown.
Yeah, the carpet too. What the fuck?
She was found dead in the girls' locker room. There is absolutely no question about that.
Why are you being...
How could the scene of the crime have been anywhere else?
Well...
Really, idiot?
I think it's entirely possible that she was killed somewhere else, then carried
He
there
doesn't
later.
know because he doesn't fucking talk to anyone like Sakura.
Along with the rest of the murder scene.
The rest of the murder scene?
Don't.
That was awfully specific. Please tell me you have a reason for saying all of that.
Yeah, because I actually investigated shit, Byakuya.
I believe I do.
Hey, Byakuya, did I just take you off guard? Story started to move from the scene of the crime. Byakuya had been so confident up until now. Maybe Byakuya never realized the actual scene of the crime could have been elsewhere?
Hey, don't just move on without permission! What do you mean she was killed somewhere else?
Come on, Makoto. If there's any chance the murder took place somewhere else, let's see the proof.
Okay, easy enough. Evidence that shows the murder took place somewhere else. There's something else to switch between the boys and the girls' locker room. I wonder what it was.
I wonder.
I got it! The proof that she was killed somewhere else is the poster that's hanging in each locker room.
Yeah, thanks, Master Twig.
Your proof is some posters?
The poster in the girls' locker room was a picture of a big-boobed supermodel. But don't you think that's kind of strange? Why would the girls' locker room have a poster like that?
I bet those massive jugs of hers were totally fake!
Meanwhile, the boys' locker room had a poster of the super popular boy band Tornado. Again, that doesn't really seem to belong in a boys' locker room.
Don't judge.
So you're saying that maybe the posters were switched?
And there's one other thing I noticed about the locker rooms. You know what I'm talking about, right, Sakura?
You're referring to my protein coffee, aren't you?
Protein coffee?
While I was in the girls' locker room earlier, I spilled some protein coffee on the carpet, but I noticed that after the murder, the stain had been totally scrubbed away.
No, it's not that the stain was scrubbed away.
Truth,
It was
Master
moved.
Twig. Use that on Aiden. Oh, wait, no, that was not. Damn it. I clicked by accident. Let me.
I got it! The stain on the girls' locker room carpet wasn't scrubbed away. In fact, I found it on the boys' locker room carpet.
That's definitely the stain from my protein coffee.
Then, does that mean that the carpets were switched too?
Tornado does be cute.
But why would anyone do that?
To move the murder scene from one locker room to the other. It's certainly plausible, don't you think? What? In other words, in order to completely swap the scene of the crime, the bloodstained poster and carpet were moved along with the dead body. By doing this, the killer was able to change the entire room where the murder took place.
I can certainly follow your reasoning, but why would the culprit bother doing that?
Huh?
Why would they go to all that trouble of switching the scene of the crime? Actually, an even bigger question. If the murder did take place in the boys' locker room, then how did Chihiro get in the boys' locker room in the first place? To get into the
Excellent
locker
question.
rooms, you have to swipe your e-handbook across the card reader device.
Yes, we learned
But
about
Chihiro's
that.
handbook should have only allowed her access to the girls' locker room. She had no
Correct.
way to get into the boys' locker room to begin with.
No, she did have a way, and I can tell you what it was.
I highly doubt that.
Aha.
Shut up! I'm telling you, I know how she could have done it.
Is he right? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys'
You
locker room
literally
somehow?
had a conversation about this, but.
Don't question it. Don't question him. He's too idiotic to be questioned.
Is it really possible? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow?
Ah! I got it! She must have hacked her e-handbook. She was the ultimate programmer, after all. I'm sure that would have been no problem for her.
No, I don't think
Probably
that's it.
true, but...
Yeah.
She used the thing that was in the main hall.
Huh?
Oh.
What thing?
Wow, he's actually
I'm
smart.
talking about Leon's handbook, of course.
No, that's wrong.
Break.
No, I don't think Chihiro used Leon's handbook.
Why not?
Because Leon's handbook was broken.
Or they found it. Like Monokuma says, it wasn't broken.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, I guess that'd be pretty impossible, huh?
I am struck silent by how quickly you gave up.
Though I will say, I will say how I was struck silent.
Plus, isn't there a regulation against using someone else's handbook?
Actually, the rule states that loaning your handbook is prohibited. It says nothing about borrowing one.
Still don't quite know what the difference is besides paying money for it.
In other words, you could borrow a dead person's handbook
dead
all you
person's
want,
one.
and you'd be safe.
Yeah, I also want the mod to put the objection voice line. I want it.
Hit the nail square on the noggin.
I mean,
of
I guess I
course,
would just
if
be
it were
saying
broken,
objection next
that
time.
wouldn't make
so.
any sense anyway.
So then, she must have hacked hers, like I said.
But it would
She
sound
used
real
her
cool.
ultimate programmer skills and...
Psst! You can't fix an e-handbook. The instant you open one up, a security buzzer starts blaring.
So,
Yeah,
if
Sakura.
she didn't use Leon's handbook, and she didn't modify her own handbook,
Maybe Mr. Naegi's initial assumption is just wrong?
It seems like there's no way she could have got into the boys' locker room. So I guess so.
Okay then, I vote for Byakuya. ...
Is that in that it then? She was killed in the girls' locker room, and Miyaka's the one who did it? Really? But still, I don't know what else I can do.
Hold on a second. I
But
agree
we
with
have
you,
help.
though. I think you're on the right track.
What the? You finally decide to open your mouth
she
and
actually checked
that's
the
what you got
body.
to say? There's no way she could get in the boys' locker room, right? So,
The thing about opening the door and leaving it open is that people can only go through one at a time. That's one of the things that was.
Yeah. It only
Why
stays
are
open
you
for
so
one
sure
person.
she couldn't get in? There's still one other way she could have gained access.
What? What are you talking about? What other way is there?
Well, to explain that, why don't we take a little break from the trial? I'd like you all to come see something.
Wait. Just what do you think you're doing?
Don't worry. This'll make the whole trial more exciting. I'm sure that thought must please you.
Huh? It'll make things more exciting? Well, all right then. I declare an official class trial recess.
Holy moly.
For real?
Now then, what is it you want to show us? It better not be boring or I'll be very unhappy.
Oh no.
Oh, I have no doubt it'll meet your lofty expectations. So, shall we go?
So before I even knew what was happening, the class trial had been put on hold. We headed off with Kyoko in the lead. And where she took us was
The girls' locker room?
We've already searched this place top to bottom. What are you trying to pull, Missy?
I'd like you to examine the victim's body one more time.
You want to check it again?
Be sure to examine the entire body very carefully. Take your time.
Examine her carefully? Like
Fuck off,
using
you
our
trash.
hands?
You
Trash.
fucking trash monster.
No way!
It's probably best if I don't run my hands all over a girl's dead body.
It's not that I'm creeped out or anything, it's just based on religious grounds, you know?
Very well. I'll do it.
But you're a girl. You shouldn't have to touch a dead body. Just let one of the boys do it.
No, it's okay. I think Chihiro would rather have a girl examine her. So just leave this to me.
Sakura. What is this? Some kind of secret girl-on-girl action? Is that what you two are about?
Don't be,
That's not it at all. Stop screwing around.
Okay, here I go. I'm sorry, Chihiro. Please excuse the intrusion.
Putting her hands together in a brief prayer, Sakura then began to quietly examine her body.
Yeah, Sakura is the best.
Be sure to
Yes.
check her entire body, and I believe we will solve this particular mystery.
Her entire body? I know you say that, but... What? This is... What is this...
What is it?
Not possible. It's not possible.
Sakura's eyes were staring wildly at Chihiro's lifeless form. Her massive frame trembled.
This girl is
Is what?
a boy!
Ah, I see. So she was actually a he. Interesting. Thank you for confirming this fact.
What? You're joking, right?
I wouldn't joke about this.
Then it's really true?
Chihiro was a guy?
Oh, what? You guys didn't know? Heck, I knew that right off the bat. Chihiro Fujisaki was totally a guy.
Then he was a cross-dresser? Oh, no, I'm really on fire! I wish I had killed him!
Okay. First things first. Okay, I'm stopping right there. Chat, not using any of the T words, please. That is... No. I'm putting my foot down on that one because that is not cool to actual transgender people, and yeah, same. Not any of those, and that's something I will not allow in my chat. Thank you. Because yeah, that is not even... Technically not even the case. This is a very complicated trial. This is a very complicated thing that I don't think Japan did well at fucking all, but it's Japan, so what did you expect? Yes. That is also a number of people I have in my life, including my wife. But. So, yes. This is extremely complicated, and it should not be taken with... It should not be, like, taken the way this game did it, which is... Like, I knew this was happening because of the series. I watched the anime, so I knew about this. But yeah, this is not... I'm taking this as best I can as somebody who is playing a game and knows how shitty it can be about the issue, and it's not exactly the same either. Yeah. And it's not exactly the same, which is why I'm trying to, like, take it easy. I'm playing this game, and I'm not just outright banning it, or outright, like, boycotting it. But yeah, first things first, I am gonna try to get through it, and I will not have, like, any kind of, like, trap references or any of the T words associated in a negative fashion with this, because it is indeed, like, it's something that a lot of people actually have to deal with in their lives and not be made for the situation that this game puts it in. So that's all I'm going to say about that. We're going to get through the trial, and then we're going to move on, but we're going to take it as Japan as part of its time and look at it through a lens in the same way as most problematic games and most problematic stories and that sort of thing. Okay? Cool. Let's do this then.
So that's what Kyoko wanted to show everyone, huh? Interesting. ... Yes, that certainly does make things much more exciting. Now let's ride this wave of excitement back to the courtroom and get back to the trial.
Nah, I'm good. I think we're done, right?
All right.
I do apologize for keeping you waiting. Now then, let's resume the class trial. We've all just learned of the shocking revelation that Chihiro was actually a boy. Let's pick up from there.
Yes, well, I don't know his reason for hiding it, but the fact is, Chihiro was not a girl, but a boy.
Do you think that Chihiro was actually a guy? Thoughts never even crossed my mind.
And because the victim was male, he would have had no problem gaining access to the boys' locker room.
Assuming his handbook did, in fact, list his gender as male, then yes, that would be true.
Wakiro07, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Hopefully I pronounced that correct.
Of course his handbook said he was a boy. He dressed like a girl, but he was a boy through and through.
So then, there should be no issue with Makoto's initial assertion. The victim was killed in the boys' locker room, and was then later moved to the girls' locker room. And the killer could have easily used Sayaka or Junko's handbook to get into the girls' locker room.
So Chihiro really was killed in the boys' locker room?
I still don't understand the motive for moving the body, but yes, that does seem plausible.
Well, I must admit, I did find it rather odd.
Yeah, we all knew Monokuma was creepy.
I knew he felt a little off. There was a certain incongruity to his female body.
This is the most titillating situation!
So now everything has been connected. All the mysteries have finally become clear.
Okay, well, connected or clear or whatever. We still think you're the killer, remember?
Very interesting. This has become very interesting indeed.
He's off in his own little world.
What about you, Makoto? After everything we've learned, do you still think Byakuya's the killer?
Well, without a doubt, Byakuya is the one that made Chihiro's death look like Genocide Jack did it. But I think he might not actually be the killer after all.
What?
What?
But aren't you the one who accused him in the first place?
He just seems to be too easygoing about all this. Like he's enjoying us solving the mystery. The way he's acting, it makes it seem like it doesn't have anything to do with him.
And you think that might be because it doesn't have anything to do with him?
Plus, the evidence he left behind was a little too... how can I put it? Overt. He consciously chose to use the extension cord, knowing it could connect him to the murder. At least, that's how I see it. ...
And
Byakuya, when you found out the murder took place in the boys' locker room, it seemed to rattle you. And then again when you found out Chihiro was actually a guy. If you really were the killer, that stuff wouldn't have had any effect on you.
So that's your thinking, huh? Well, it bothers me that you don't have more concrete reasons, but it's fine. I guess I'll mark it as correct for the time being.
Mark it as correct?
He's right. I am not the culprit. I just happened to come across the corpse in the girls' locker room and decided to alter it.
Why?
Are you fucking with us right now?
No, I am not
no
effing with you right now. I'm telling you the truth.
Well, I find it very hard to believe.
Go ahead, find it very hard to believe. You're free to be executed along with the rest of us.
If you're really telling the truth, then why? Why do you do that to his body?
My reasons hardly matter right now.
Yes, they do.
Uncovering the culprit is
Yeah,
much
they do.
more important, wouldn't you say?
No.
Now then, if it wasn't me, who was it?
Well, I don't think I can say for sure without talking about it a little more.
We're seriously
Oh, I
gonna
know.
keep going?
It's Makoto.
We're all good,
It's
aren't
definitely
we? I
Makoto.
thought it was
Makoto
clear
totally did it.
Byakuya did it.
That's true. You came across the body in the girls' locker room before they unlocked the doors for everyone?
No,
That's-
I'm with Makoto. If there's any doubt whatsoever, we need to explore every possibility. Because if we're wrong, we all die here.
That's true. Very well then. I'm with you too.
Damn straight. Count me in.
Do you not have a mind of your own?
Of course I do.
Oh.
What am I, an ant or something?
Anyway, let's discuss this all as a group one more time. We still have time to make our decision.
That's very true.
Our lives are all on the line.
Excellent. Then shall we resume our game of hide and seek?
But if Byakuya didn't do it, then who's the real killer? Who murdered Chihiro? My favorite guy. There's one thing we can be sure that we know. There's one thing we can be sure that we know about the killer. The killer was able to gain access to the real murder scene, which means the killer is
I got it!
a guy. Since the crime scene was a boys' locker room, you would need a boys' handbook to get in. And since the only handbook was broken, the boys' handbook was broken, Leon's, the killer would have had to use their own. In other words, it had to have been a guy. But still not enough. I need to find some more clues.
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Okay.
Well, clues are one thing, but Did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point. Even that might be enough for now.
Yeah.
Good night, Tony.
All we need right now is any kind of new info.
It's over.
No, damn it.
It's all over.
Come back.
Come on.
You want to know who saw the victim? The killer.
Oh,
and
okay.
only the killer.
Okay, that's what we
And
need to
it's
use
not
anyway,
like they're just
so
gonna
never mind.
turn themselves
Okay.
in. Game over, man. Game over.
It's fine.
Yay! No! Not game over!
Yeah. Okay.
Isn't
Alright, now
there
I know
a
what to hit.
single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Well, clues are one thing, but did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point. Even that might be enough for now.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
It's over. It's all over. You want to know who saw the victim? The killer. And only the killer.
Shit!
And
Come
it's not
on.
like they're just gonna turn themselves in. Game over, man. Game over.
I'm really bad at, like, aiming with my left hand.
No! Not game over!
Then why don't you use your right?
Because I avoid using my mouse on the right hand because of nerve pinching down that arm.
Ah. Okay.
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Well, clues are one thing, but did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
Okay, we got this.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at
Believe
some
in you.
point.
You got
Even
this.
that might
Thank
be
you.
enough for now.
Meanwhile, I will eat a chocolate
All
bar.
we need right now is any kind of new info.
It's over. It's all over. You want to know who saw the victim? The killer. And only the killer.
Finally.
No, that's wrong. I believe someone else did see the victim before he was murdered. What do you think, Celeste?
Now that you mention it, yes, I did see him.
Yeah, seriously, all this shit that they're doing right now, without any, like, information, just, like, based on what they know immediately, is bullshit. Do not dead gender somebody when they're dead. Do not dead gender somebody anytime without knowing everything.
Huh? Really?
I'm talking misgender.
Oh, but I suppose only Makoto knows about this.
Don't dead name, don't misgender even someone after they're dead. When that's all you know about them.
The rest of you had no idea, did you? That is why you're all making such ugly noises.
With wine.
Whatever! Just hurry up and tell us!
It was last night, right before nighttime. I saw Chihiro in the dormitory warehouse. I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag. And then, I assume, he headed off to exercise.
A track jacket and a duffel bag? But we didn't find anything like that at the murder scene.
It seems likely that the culprit destroyed them to get rid of any evidence.
And that is when he said something that struck me as rather odd.
I better get going. I'm in kind of a hurry.
Chihiro told me he was in a hurry. But why would he be in a hurry? Only if someone were waiting for him, I should think.
So, Mr. Fujisaki was on his way to meet with someone, and...
But Hina and I had invited him to exercise with us plenty of times, and he always declined.
Probably because he was afraid you'd find out the secret he was hiding, right?
Which means that conversely, he must have trusted whoever he was meeting with very much. Enough so that he was willing to risk his secret being revealed.
I think Celeste is supposed to have that personality.
The point is, whoever he met up with is the culprit, right? So we just gotta figure out who it was.
But knowing what we know, I can't even guess.
No. You already have what you need to make the connection.
Huh?
You
You know who the killer is.
Seriously? Who is it? Who's the killer?
Think back to the track jacket and duffel bag the killer disposed of. Focus on the details of these items, and it should become obvious who was waiting for him.
Are you sure about that? You really think we can figure out who did it based on 2 pieces of evidence that we don't have?
Yeah, right, Clarice. I understand.
What? You want to track down some fingerprints or something?
Even if we had the equipment for that, we wouldn't know how to use it.
As was noted, the evidence is already gone. There's nothing to get fingerprints from.
Maybe, but we can make certain inferences if we just take the time to talk it out.
Easy for you to say, but fine. Celeste, did you notice anything special about the bag or jacket?
The bag was just a normal duffel bag from the warehouse. All the bags in there are the same, so I can't imagine what would make that one special.
Well, if I remember right, there was a decent variety of tracksuits to choose from. Do you think there might be some connection between the culprit and Chihiro's jacket?
Perhaps. Let's explore that and talk a bit more about the jacket he took.
Oh, it's really hard to believe.
Okay. Blue track.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
Shit.
I don't even have a tracksuit. 'Cause exercising sucks.
I have a white tracksuit personally. I got it from the warehouse, if you must know.
Did any of that really help us get any closer to figuring out who the culprit is?
No way.
Could have been wrong about that, but
Not a chance.
You heard him, right? What he just said without even realizing it?
But how? I guess I don't know what I'm looking for exactly.
First of all, we know where
Well,
Chihiro
think
was
about
headed.
Celeste
He was
the
on
cow.
his way
Yeah,
to go
what is-
exercise.
What is Celeste?
So next we have to
The
ask,
blue tracksuit.
why
Yeah.
did he choose the specific
who's the only people who
tracksuit
know
that he
that?
did?
What do you mean,
Aha.
the specific tracksuit?
Aha.
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him?
Boom.
No, that's wrong.
Objection!
Hold on a second, Mondo. What did you just say?
Huh? What'd I say?
When Celeste testified a few minutes ago, she said...
Oh, sorry. I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag, and then I assumed he headed off to exercise.
She never said anything about the jacket's color. So why did you say Chihiro's blue tracksuit?
What are you... You just...
Hey, Celeste, what color was Chihiro's tracksuit?
As a matter of fact, it was blue.
I love that. I love that the emote.
And before we began the trial, did you tell anyone that?
The only one I told about any of this was you.
Then, Mondo, how did you know what color Chihiro's tracksuit was?
Because
I'm sure he saw the clothes at some point in the investigation.
No, that can't be it. The bag and clothes were surely disposed of by the time we began our investigation.
Then the only reason he could have known what color the tracksuit was is if he saw Cherry with it before he died! That's the only possibility! Cherry? Are you talking about Chihiro? So, how about it? Did you see the tracksuit or didn't you?
Just by chance. I just happened to see it last night. He walked past me, and he was carrying the tracksuit in his hands.
No, that can't be it either. According to Celeste's testimony,
She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
when Celeste noticed it, Chihiro made a point of making sure the jacket was completely in the bag. If you just ran into him briefly, you couldn't possibly have seen what color the tracksuit was.
Same. Sakura would be awesome physical trainer.
Yeah.
She would be super fucking enthusiastic about, like, she would be like your best fucking friend in dealing with that shit too, best. I bet.
It would
Most
appear
probably.
you've dug your own grave.
Perhaps. But you handed him the shovel, didn't you? That's why you said what you did. Focus on the tracksuit and it'll be obvious who he met with? What a bunch of nonsense.
Ah, now I understand. It was all one big bluff, wasn't it? Your true intention was to draw a slip of the tongue from the culprit. That's why you said you knew who did it, to put them on edge.
That's right. However, Mondo was my target all along. I had my suspicions about him from the very beginning.
But why? What made you so suspicious?
That's a good question.
Because I hate him.
It's definitely because I hate him.
It's
I
really...
don't remember.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say acting as just a guess.
Oh, nope.
There was a certain turning
It was a
point that
50-50
took. Maybe you didn't notice it, Mom. You only called
Oh, shit.
guys dude. For girls, it's chick.
Oh. Yeah, I heard him say that too. I was wondering.
And after he was killed, you happened to refer
Hey,
to him
Rochimart.
as dude.
Wow. What an ass.
Once I picked up on that, it occurred to me that Mondo knew something we didn't.
You noticed such a tiny detail?
Are you a witch? She's a witch! You're positively frightful!
No, I'm not the frightful one. Not nearly as frightful as someone capable of murdering a friend.
Damn.
Mondo, was it really you? Did you really kill Chihiro?
I didn't kill anyone! You've been all over me, judging everything I say, putting words in my mouth. What gives you the right to treat me like a goddamn criminal?
You
killed someone.
You did the thing.
He would never do something like that. This is a false accusation.
Oh,
Sorry,
Taka.
Taka.
It's true. My reasoning on that is pretty shaky.
That was fast.
Well, this does present us with a problem. It seems we are all out of leads.
My time has nearly come.
What the fuck?
Sorry, who are you?
That's what my little ghost friend is telling me.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hifumi, weren't you
Ah.
telling me you'd found some evidence?
Really? What kind of evidence?
Dot.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it here calmly, it might not be all that relevant.
Jeez,
But it
does
might
your
be.
confidence
Fucking
just get
hell,
up and walk
Ifumi.
away? It's fine, man. Just tell us.
If you really insist, then, here it is.
What do you have there?
It happens to be an e-handbook. I found it laying on the ground, so I scooped it up.
Chihiro's.
I got it! We know Chihiro's handbook was missing from the scene of the crime,
Enhance.
right?
Oh, sorry. 1 second. Okay.
For a fact.
For a fact indeed. I was totally sure I'd found it.
Then it must hold some clue about the culprit, right?
Well, that's what I was hoping. But it's busted. It won't even turn on.
I imagine the culprit broke it to get rid of any evidence after the murder.
That's odd. I didn't think the handbooks were quite so fragile.
You're right. They're not. They're totally waterproof and shock resistant. It would take an awful lot to break one.
And yet, this one does appear to be broken, as is Leon's, sitting useless in the main hall. For all your confidence, that is a remarkably high failure rate.
Do you think there might be some kind of mystery in there somewhere?
Mystery.
How precisely did the handbooks get broken?
I got it! You already told us before that the handbook has one weak point, didn't you?
Yeah! You remember that? Sure, maybe I let that slip, but I never told anyone what the weak point actually was.
But if the handbook is supposed to never break, and two of them broke in quick succession, then
we can only assume that someone's figured out its weakness. You know what the weakness is, right, Monokuma? So, what is it?
Huh? You're asking me?
I think it's a necessary piece of information if you want this to be a fair trial.
But if I tell you, and someone else decides to copy it, that would be very not good.
Just tell us already! Why would we want to break our own handbooks?
Oh well, I have a weakness for pushy demands. But you're sure you won't follow their example?
I mean, you can literally make it a rule, and then they die.
Then allow me to make a special announcement. The weak point of my cutting-edge e-handbook is... When it's exposed to high temperatures for too long, it will suffer a meltdown and totally break!
High temperatures.
I flippin' knew it!
You knew it?
Yeah, because I found the handbook laying on the floor of the sauna.
The temperature in the sauna can reach over 200 degrees. Strange how you don't get burnt, huh? It's because as your sweat evaporates, it creates a cooling layer of air around your skin. If the hot air of the sauna were somehow pushed directly onto your skin, you'd definitely get fried.
Wow.
That layer of air would get blown away. That's why you may feel a burning when you move around. So when you're in a sauna, make sure to keep nice and still.
Wow.
Wow, interesting. I learned one new fact today.
That is a mere trifling speck of knowledge.
Anyway, if you found the victim's
I don't find
handbook
it
in the
that
sauna,
surprising. I take really hot showers, so that'd probably be fine for me.
then the killer must have been purposely trying to raise its temperature in order to break it.
meaning the culprit somehow knew its weakness.
But how'd they find out? Monokuma said he didn't tell anyone, right?
'Cause someone went into the fucking sauna wearing all of his clothes.
Indeed.
Quite
the mystery.
Forgot about that.
What if they found out by accident?
What do you mean by accident?
What if the killer took their own handbook into the sauna, not knowing its weakness, and it broke?
Ba-da-dum.
They'd realize it was broken, of course, and it wouldn't be hard to figure out why. And once they had Chihiro's handbook, they knew they had an easy way to dispose of it.
I won't say it's not possible, but who would have done something like that? I don't know of anyone who took their handbook into the sauna.
I might know someone who did.
Whoa! Seriously?
I think the one who may have taken their handbook into the sauna was...
Taka, you know.
Taka, bro.
Bro.
Here's my answer.
Bruh.
Mondo, your handbook got broken in the sauna, didn't it?
What?
Why? Why do you keep accusing him?
Mondo and Taka had an endurance contest in the sauna not too long ago, remember? And for the contest, Mondo just so happened to keep his school uniform on.
Yeah.
But little did he realize, he'd also left his handbook in one of his uniform pockets. And when it was all over, Mondo discovered that taking your handbook into the sauna could easily destroy it.
No, wait, hold on. You've got it all wrong. He would never kill. I don't accept this. Show me the proof. The actual solid proof.
Well, if he has Leon's handbook.
Yeah. True.
This is a bad bromance. Shit. Okay. Shit.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
Correct.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
Incorrect. Broken handbook.
Broken handbook.
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all! Mondo
Incorrect.
wouldn't hurt a fly!
I'm sorry, Taka.
Okay.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
Yeah. Shit. Ah, that's not what it.
See? Look!
Okay. Actually, that might
Makoto
actually
was
work.
wrong after all! Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
I didn't mean to do that, but okay. Well, we have it, so if we use it on the wrong and then he has to show us his handbook.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all!
No. Okay.
Shoot!
Okay. Fine.
Let's test
broken
Makoto's
handbook.
assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
Fine.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
Damn it! Stop moving!
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all! Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
I can't aim. It goes too fast. By the time I aim correctly, it's gone. Okay. We're gonna get this.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
There we go.
No, that's wrong.
Objection!
Mondo, the handbook you have right now, is it really yours?
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
The broken handbook that was in the main hall, isn't that one actually yours?
What the heck are you talking about?
What I mean is, I think Mondo swapped his handbook out for one that actually works. I think he took Leon's handbook and replaced it with his own. After all, Monokuma said himself that Leon's handbook never should have broken.
That's right! The punishment it suffered wasn't nearly enough to destroy it.
Have a gamepad? I do not.
So
I normally
then,
don't play like
the
a lot of
broken
games that
handbook
involve
in the
needing a
main hall
gamepad.
is actually Mondo's, which would mean that the handbook
Because,
Mondo
like,
has
the
right
hand-
now
the arm
is
and wrists.
actually Leon's. Yes?
But doesn't that violate the school regulation that says loaning out your handbook is prohibited?
Well, here's how I look at it. There is a rule about loaning your handbook to another student, but if they're dead, they're not a student. It's kind of a gray area, I admit. But no worries. If anything, it just makes things more interesting. As such, I decree that exchanging handbooks with a corpse is not a violation of the rules.
Well, Mondo, if I'm wrong about this, you're welcome to say so. I'm happy to admit I made a mistake, but...
Son of a bitch! What's wrong, bro? Come on!
Bro!
Tell him he's wrong!
Bruh!
You are wrong! You have to be wrong!
Bruh!
Everything you just said is wrong! You made it all up!
Bruh!
Okay, then why don't we look back on this case one more time, from the beginning?
Or, you know, just look at his fucking...
That way,
have
everything
him
will
show
become
his
clear.
thing.
And
Ah,
to spend the last like 10 years
Shit.
doing this.
Okay, damn it.
Okay.
Okay.
Step 1. Blue
So,
thingy.
then
Celeste saying
yeah.
hi.
Shit.
Okay.
Right. He is. So. Saw that.
Yeah.
Ah, damn it. Okay. So, left, went to the locker room,
Yeah.
met up. Ah, damn it. I keep hitting the wrong thing. Used that. Went in. Met up with friend. Yawn. Does something. What's that? Oh, the hand. The.
Would it be...
Is that? Or no, just lift.
I'm thinking the dumbbell. Just the friend lifting the dumbbell.
Oh yeah, maybe. There.
Yeah, she comes in, he puts the stuff in the weight locker, he's, lifting weights. He gets pissed or whatever. She goes, ah!
Wait, so.
Smash!
When. Yeah, where's the. Okay, where's the.
Yeah. Probably.
Maybe?
The other one is taking on and taking off
Yeah.
the poster.
Yeah.
So this blood spatter on the floor.
That.
That makes sense. That falls. He goes, oh shit. She
Rolls up the
dead.
carpet. Changes the. Takes off the poster.
Maybe now the room thing?
The what?
The room thing that you tried before?
Where's that? This one?
Yeah, maybe that one? What do you
Yeah,
think?
carries to the other room. It's in.
Maybe the poster?
They have to set down the body first, but.
Yeah, any of the other ones.
Oh, no,
wait,
that
girls.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely that one.
That one.
There we go, yep.
Okay.
He's tired, changes rooms.
Byakuya came
Byakuya
in.
goes crazy. Extension cord, I would say.
Oh yeah, Byakuya changed shit out.
Byakuya didn't do anything.
I thought Byakuya set up the. Oh wait, no. No, you're right.
Yakira just made it
Yakira
look
had the
like
extension cord.
Genocide Jill. Bloodlust? No, wait, but
No.
we're looking at the previous
No, that's
screen,
right.
it already
Yeah,
had
previous
that.
one. Yeah, that's where that's supposed
Yeah,
to go.
bloodlust there. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
Then
Guess the post? But that doesn't make sense for the post to be there.
yeah, the other person did the posters because
Yeah, go back.
yeah.
Let's see. That obviously goes there. Okay. So the poster's already changed by there. It's definitely taking it off. Maybe no.
Yeah, this is
That has. That can't be the poster because they're not in the other room yet.
yeah. They rolled up the carpet, took the poster down though.
Yeah, rolled up the culprit, took poster down, took Chihiro, went to the other room. Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. So the next page is him going into the other room.
That's true. He was rolling up stuff to go to the other room, or was he not?
Yeah, but...
Shit. What
that
is
one's
this?
definitely at the end. That's the handbook getting thrown into the sauna, I think.
Wait. Oh,
Yeah,
getting
it
thrown
goes
in the
the last,
sauna.
very
Yeah.
last. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very last.
Okay. And then
Problem is...
putting up the new poster?
Maybe... No, because that's already been done way before Byakuya came in.
Right, you're right.
That may be
This
the
one.
building. Yeah.
This one? And then this next oh. Then
Doesn't make sense,
this one.
but whatever.
What do you think?
Let's go to the beginning and then read it. We'll
Okay.
read it.
Okay. Yeah, we have time.
Step
So
1, Chihiro's like this.
Chihiro meets
Says hi to
Celeste sees Chihiro. Chihiro puts stuff away really quickly, leaves.
Then locker room.
Goes into the locker room.
But Chihiro's a boy.
Goes
Gender.
inside.
Yep.
Meets
So
up
goes
with
to the boy.
the person that they were going to do that with.
Yep.
Puts away bag
There's
in
the
a locker.
Friend
As-
is just lifting some weights. Friend looks creepily at Chihiro.
And attacks. And then
Kills Chihiro. Splatters onto the poster.
flies on the poster.
He goes, oh shit, what did I have done?
Oh shit, Dumble falls. Kill Chihiro. Body's just lying there. Rolls up the carpet. Takes down the poster. Picks up the body.
Fine, it's fine.
But going into the other room, so that doesn't work.
I know, but what else could even go there?
Yeah.
I think we just leave it and they will tell us if we're wrong.
Yeah, so wait. But maybe it's oh, going to the door? Yeah, going to the girls one, using that.
Ah.
Bring up the poster. Setting up the body.
Okay, yeah.
Swapped out the body. Swapped out the posters.
Yep.
And the carpet. Byakuya came in, being an idiot, and trying to frame the murder on Genocide Jack.
Kill. Oh, yes.
For some reason that would get him killed if he was wrong, but he's such an asshole that he thinks he's right. I don't know what the fuck he was doing.
Don't question it.
Set up the body.
Bloodlust.
Wrote on the wall. Bloodlust.
Goes into sauna. Throws E-handbook into sauna.
Yep. I think we got this.
Or
Okay.
Wait. Would
what?
E-handbook be before?
Or leaving.
No,
oh, yeah.
no.
Is it leaving the room?
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense because that little
Yeah.
screen. Never mind. Yeah,
Yeah.
reenact it. We're good. We're
All
good.
right. We're gonna give it a shot.
Here's exactly what happened.
Okay.
First, let's take a look back to before the incident.
Did it.
Last night, Celeste saw Chihiro in the warehouse, correct? At the time, she was apparently stuffing something into a duffel bag. That something was a blue tracksuit. You can confirm this, right, Celeste?
Okay, bye. I do
With
really
bag
like this
in
music.
hand,
Like this
Chihiro
music, I
headed
love
out,
it.
even though
Oh,
it was
yes.
officially nighttime. She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room? Simple, because she was really a he.
You still don't know shit. Makoto, don't say
Which
shit
is
like
why
that.
he was able to use his own e-handbook to gain entrance to the boys' locker room. Once inside, he met with someone there. And the person he met was the one who killed him.
Seriously, none of them should be saying it like
It
that.
seems likely that the killer grabbed the nearby dumbbell, approached the unsuspecting Chihiro, and attacked him. And that's where the bloodstains on the poster and carpeting in the boys' locker room came from. It was likely in the heat of the moment. The body was arranged, but the murder itself felt unplanned. Which is why the killer hurried to try and hide the act. First, pulling up the bloodstained carpet.
It's more like a rug than a carpet.
Then, removing the bloody poster. And finally carrying the corpse into the girls' locker room. A girl's handbook was necessary to get into the locker room, of course. But this alone doesn't prove that the killer was necessarily a girl. After all, Sayaka and Junko's handbooks had been placed in the main hall. Using one of those, a boy could get into the girls' locker room without much problem. And that's exactly how the killer did it. With the carpet and the poster they brought with them, they got to work. They changed the layout of the boys' and girls' locker room in what you might call a crime scene switch. That could have been the end of things, but no.
Byakuya had to fuck shit up.
Byakuya discovered the body and decided to intervene in the situation.
For what
making
reason we
things
don't
even
know
more
what the
complicated.
fuck he was thinking.
And for some reason, the girls' locker room door
So,
was open.
after stumbling on the crime scene,
And he was looking into it for what reason?
he went and grabbed the extension cord from the library. And then he got to work. He used the cord to string up Chihiro's lifeless body.
I like that's possible with one singular extension cord.
Yeah, right? That's
Like,
a
I
really
can make like
fucking
a
long
extension
cord.
cord to
Using
go across the
victim's
room.
own
I
blood,
want a cord that
he
long.
left a grisly message there at the scene of the crime. He wanted to create the illusion that Genocide Jack was responsible for the slaughter.
Rochimart, are you saying that this all could have been solved by closing the goddamn door? Haven't you people ever heard of?
And around the same time that Byakuya was putting together this facade, the killer, having already disposed of Chihiro's bag and other belongings, arrived at the sauna. There, they planned to destroy the last piece of evidence, Chihiro's handbook. And just as the killer expected, The steamy sauna was enough to ruin the electronic gadget. Somehow,
Yeah, that's one
the killer
insane
knew that the
extension
handbook
cord.
couldn't stand up to the heat of the sauna.
That one, please.
It was very large. It was very long.
And the reason they knew that is because the sauna had already wrecked their own handbook. And that's how it all played out. Isn't that right, Mondo Arata?
What also doesn't fit is how did Mondo go into the locker room in the first place? If his was broken.
He has Leon's.
Wait.
He's been having Leon since.
This can't be right.
That's
Where's your evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence? You
Taka,
need evidence.
bro.
You need proof.
Show me Leon's handbook.
Without any proof,
We
you
have
can't
it.
pin any of this on him.
Yes. Uh-huh. Hey, Mondo. Can we turn on your handbook, please?
Alright, what do we gotta do? Fever time and nega time. What the fuck is all these things? I can't keep track of them.
Yeah.
Press the space key. Fever time will activate and the tempo will be forced to its max. Even if you push the buttons at random, you won't miss. Okay.
It helps you.
So you can push RMB, LMB, RMB, LMB. R... Oh, right mouse button, left mouse button. Okay. Okay. Only lasts until your focus gains runs out, so make the best possible use of your time. Okay. Nega time that your opponent can use. Tempo marker will disappear, making it quite a bit tougher to hit the buttons in rhythm. Fuck! Oh, okay. Okay, so when that happens, I use fever time. Okay. Oh, okay.
You're safe.
I'm okay. This is fine.
You're safe.
Okay.
You got this.
Show me some
So-
evidence. You're wrong.
Just like the dots.
I won't listen. I refute you.
Let's just go crazy, shall we?
False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. False.
Come on.
I refuse to vote. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence.
Shoot it. Like a normal
This
one.
should prove it. If my thinking so far is right,
Yeah, see, if I had tried to do that with my dominant hand, like, my wrist would be feeling it very hard right now.
Mondo must have replaced his
Like,
broken
I'm still kind of
handbook
feeling it in
with
the left one,
Leon's.
but not as bad as it could be later on.
In which case, we can just check each of our handbooks right now. Once we do that, we'll...
We don't gotta do that.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah. I did it. I killed him.
Why, buddy? Why? Nice, 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 nice. Awesome. Good job. Good job.
On the gentle mode, so that doesn't mean shit.
Details.
Bro, what are you saying?
I got no choice, man. After hearing all that, I gotta just... give up. Go ahead, Monokuma.
Bro,
Get it
no.
over with. Ask for the goddamn verdict.
Roger that.
Wait, hold on!
No waiting, no holding on. Time for the moment we've all been waiting for. Grab your lever and give it a yank!
Wink.
Who will you elect as the blackened this time around? Will you make the right choice
wonder-
or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it
It's
gonna be?
Vegeta.
What's it gonna be?
I mean, it may be Hero, you know, just out of left field, you know.
Obviously, Hero did it. Well.
What?
Uh-oh. This time it looks like you got it right again. Yes, it is so. The blacken that killed Chihiro Fujisaki was Mundo Uwada! Dot, dot, dot.
Unbelievable.
In case you're wondering, the vote was not unanimous.
Unanimous.
I can not speak ever. Kiyotaka chose the wrong answer. You're treading very close to the danger zone, Mr. Ishibaru. You need to be more careful.
I refuse to believe it. There's no way. No way you would kill someone.
Sorry.
Sorry.
What is this?
Why are you apologizing? Why? 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 Why did you do it?
Dot, dot, dot.
Now then.
Well, it looks like Mondo's taken a vow of silence. So let me explain on his behalf.
Actually,
the story of the murder this time is the sad story of two men. Oh, but for anyone who doesn't really want to hear it, you can hear the control key to fast forward the text. Anyway, there once was a young boy, and his name was Chihiro Fujisaki. He had extreme inferiority complex regarding his own lack of strength. You're so weak, even though you're a boy. He heard things like that as long as he could remember, and he couldn't overcome his weakness. On the contrary, he tried to hide and bury himself further and further into that weakness, to take on the fragile form of a petite young girl. He had chosen this as his way out. No one will be able to say even though you're a boy. But no matter how tightly he wrapped himself in that shell, the inferiority complex had already taken root deep inside him, and it was not so easily weeded out. As it turned out, the shell was completely empty. The complex didn't disappear, instead it only grew stronger and stronger. I am weak.
Weak.
Once the killing game had begun here at the school, he had no choice but to accept this fact. After all, the world is survival of the fittest. If you're not strong, you don't survive. And then the lovely and hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets. Which of course included Chihiro's embarrassing secret, which I was more than willing to divulge. Even though he dresses like a girl, Chihiro's actually a boy.
Hey,
And that was something Chihiro couldn't let anyone find out, no matter the cost.
Yeah, right, Crystal Skies. Yeah.
That was revealed, it would be the end. The hardened shell would crack and the armor would fade away. Without a doubt, those around him would torture him more than ever before.
I was just saying earlier, Japan did not do a very good job with this. This is a subject that they should not have been doing in this game, but they did. And so we're going through it with the knowledge in the same way that you would go through any problematic game or book or anything like that, with the knowledge that yes, it's problematic, and yes, it's Japan of its time, and we're dealing with it. That's what we're doing.
Figure being forced into such a dilemma must have sent him spiraling into despair.
What?
yet!
I'm sorry.
I don't really want to talk about it right now.
But...
But I also don't want to leave things the way they are, so maybe I can talk about it later. After I try my best to become strong, then I can tell everyone. And knowingly, he used the threat of discovery to motivate himself to become stronger.
That's right.
Now's my chance.
I want to change.
I'm going to get stronger and accept who I am. Strong enough so that when someone says, even though you're a boy, I'll be okay. I'll get better. With that thought at the front of his mind, he resolved to take immediate action. And so, that day he made the commitment to begin exercising, and he was prepared to retrain his mind and body. But sadly, that would be the first and only chance he would get at it.
Hey,
When he decided to start exercising, he thought it'd be good to ask for someone's help. But he wanted to tell that person his secret first, and then ask him to help him from there.
What bugs me as a doubt if Chihiro was really trans or didn't like. Yeah, I'm in the same boat, Clarice. It sounds like the way it was terrible representation for whatever they were going for, because it feels like they were going for just someone who felt that they were actually a male, but didn't want to handle like all the blowback from people who said they were too weak to be a guy, which is still some bullshit first and foremost. But yeah, it doesn't really come across as it's either it could be that, or it could be someone who's actually trans and was just so in the closet because of what everyone was saying about them that they wanted to like change to be what they were told they were supposed to be. And either way, it's some bullshit. But either way, like, even in the context of this story, before they had even that information, nobody in the class should have been referring to Chihiro as anything but she without knowing. You don't misgender the dead. You fuck that shit. You didn't know. And like, maybe Chihiro wanted to be called he. Maybe he did. But none of them knew that. And so they should be going based off of what he was going by at the point, what Chihiro was going by at the time, no matter what that is. But at the moment, like, this backstory sounds like either he could have wanted to be a he, or just a very closeted she who didn't know any better, or was being bullied into trying to change. Like, I don't know. It's way too complex for especially a game like this that has like big-breasted boob jokes. It's some bullshit. It really is. And like I'm saying, we're taking this as it was and saying first and foremost with the warning that yes, this is problematic. No matter what they were going for, it was problematic in one form or the other. And that's why we talk about it. But yeah, either way what they're going for, they didn't do a good job with it at all. And I am happy to get this trial over with. And hopefully it doesn't become like a huge thing going forward. I'm worried a bit about that. Yeah.
It
so
won't.
okay, good.
I mean, he is referred, or she is referred to as a he.
Yeah, that's
the rest of the game.
Yeah.
That's the only thing.
Yeah, and we can only like guess take it in the sense of exactly, yeah, even Monokuma has no idea what Chihiro is actually feeling, whether Monokuma would fucking care either way. So I can understand Monokuma fucking misgendering no matter what. So yeah. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, nobody knows what Chihiro was thinking, and yeah, either way, they should have just stuck with. I mean, it's really hard. It is really hard because like, yeah, Monokuma gives like no fucks. Yeah, exactly. Just the fact that everyone changed immediately after that was some bullshit. Like, as soon as they found out. As soon as they found out, like, the biological sex, everyone just on a dime, and that is some fucking bullshit. You do not do that. Never do that. And call out any bullshit you see about that anytime. Don't let anyone, like, don't let anyone assume. Yeah, it's, you use the information you have at the moment and what that person went by when they were alive, and you just run with it as best you can, because who's to say that that was what they've been wanting? That's what they want. Until they tell you otherwise, do not just on a dime change somebody's gender. Ever. Okay, let's get through this. Also, shit. Eclectic Poke, thank you so much for that follow. Welcome. Sorry about that. Got, like, really on a rant there. Okay. Person you went to.
Yeah, that's right.
It was me. Yep, it sure was. The biker gang fella had been painfully clear about how important his manly promises were. So Chihiro probably figured that even if he confided in Mondo, his honor would make him keep the secret.
Uh-huh.
Plus, Mr. Macho Mondo was the very symbol of a strong man that Chihiro had always aspired to be. Maybe talking to Mondo about it will help and give me some courage. So you went and asked Mondo to help him become strong. That was his aspiration.
That should have been Monokuma's voice, I think. That last... it said it was Chihiro saying it, but that didn't make sense.
That's true. But it said his name, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was just a typo.
That's possible. And he thought that only with Mondo's support would he ever be able to come close to that.
Correct.
So then, that must be why Mondo did what he did, to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro.
Huh? Did what he did? You mean that's why Mondo carried Chihiro from the boys' locker room into the girls' locker room?
Indeed.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Wasn't it that to cover up what he'd done?
Certainly.
That could have been part of it, but I don't think it was the main reason. The real purpose was to keep the promise between men he'd made to Chihiro.
But...
Body keep it secret?
Because
if everyone knew he had been killed in the boys' locker room, then everyone would have been arguing about how she got into the boys' locker room, right? Once that started up, at least a few of us would have immediately begun to suspect his identity, so... He tried to protect Chihiro's secret by putting him in the girls' locker room and stealing his handbook, see? Then... Oh wait, sorry, this is Makoto.
Then Mondo did all that to keep the promise he made to Chihiro? Who he also killed? Dot dot dot.
Why would he do that? The more I hear you talk, the more I don't understand. I mean, you guys trusted each other, right? So why? Why did you?
Because, no matter what, I didn't want anyone to know.
I knew it.
So that's what triggered it after all. The possibility of having your embarrassing memories and secrets exposed.
What is this?
That's impossible. Nothing could have been that bad. Something he didn't want anyone to know, even if it meant killing someone?
You're wrong!
It's impossible!
Don't make me repeat myself.
How many times must I repeat myself? To judge others by your own standards is the height of folly. Even if you can't comprehend it, he obviously can. That's all there is to it.
While we're on that subject, why don't I tell you? That embarrassing memory. The secret you didn't want anyone to know.
Hey,
You know what Mondo did? He killed his own brother. Mondo, the ultimate biker gang leader, makes all the hoodlums and riffraffs across the country tremble. But the only reason he had the chance to join a gang in the first place was because of a certain someone. Mondo's older brother's name was Daya. Mondo had nothing but respect for him. It was because of Daya that Mondo ever got on a motorcycle. Mondo's brother was his only family growing up. He was the only one Mondo could trust or respect. He wanted to measure up to his big brother, so he imitated him in everything he did. Mondo was the
epitome.
Thank you. Epitome of the starry-eyed kid brother. Meanwhile, the charismatic older brother had put together a local motorcycle gang. Before everybody knew it, it had grown into the biggest biker gang in the country. Daya, the older brother, number one in the gang, and his number two, his younger brother, Mondo. In the beginning, everything was peaches and gravy. But when Mondo started to think about how he would one day have to take over the gang from his brother's greatness, his reputation, began to gnaw on Mondo's very soul. The kid's gonna take over for Daya, huh? Daya created this game with his bare hands. Mondo's just along for the ride. Can someone like that really be our leader? All that do would make the gang look bad. Almost every day, Mondo heard gossip and whispers of the other members of the gang. Which is why...
Oh, sorry. Reading chat. You're
good.
It doesn't make any sense to act. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, Clarice, it's very complicated, and like I feel like they were trying to go for that angle, even though it's really weird. I think they were trying to get around how problematic they were being by making it problematic in another way. In that case, either that or it was just a case of like being really closeted and thinking that they have to change to not have to deal with it, even though it's a part of them. And it's kind of like weird, like conversion therapy, like trying to do conversion therapy on yourself somehow just because of like all the flack you get from other people somehow. I don't know. It was really problematic, and like I said, it was not handled in any way, shape, or form that anyone could consider non-problematic. It's so damn complicated. Too complicated for this stupid game where people kill each other.
I gotta get stronger. Stronger than Daya. Once. Just one time. No matter what, I gotta win.
Don't fuck with me.
I don't care what it takes. I gotta come out on top. And on the night of his amazing brother's retirement ceremony, Mondo challenged him to a street race. But during the race, tragedy struck. The kid brother pushed ahead with reckless abandon, eager for victory, and dashed into oncoming traffic. But suddenly...
Shine on you, Crazy Diamond.
Kid brother's arms, the older brother delivered his final words. My bad, kid. I fucked up. Sorry. Of course he knew his brother's fault, but Dan never blamed him for what happened. Hey, kid. The rest is up to you. No matter what, you gotta keep the gang together. Because it's the team. You and me put together. It's a promise between men. Bleh. He decided to hide the truth of what happened from everyone else in the gang. In order to keep the gang together and keep the promise to his brother. He could never admit to anyone that it was his own weakness that caused the accident. And as a result, the team was made even stronger under the banner of the kid who bested his big brother. Daya was going to lose to his kid brother, so he got stupid and killed himself. That became the explanation for what happened. Mondo's lie became the truth. He wanted to leave the team so bad, he was willing to tell all kinds of lies about his brother.
I just...
I'm strong. Strong. And yet... As soon as our killing game began, he realized... no matter how tough he pretended to be, he was just another weakling that could die in an instant. And then the hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of all the embarrassing secrets. At that point, it was clear I would have no problem shedding light on a secret. Mondo killed his own older brother. No matter what, I couldn't let the other gang members find out. If that happened, everything would have been ruined. Everything me and my brother had worked to create would have been destroyed. His death, all the guilt I've been carrying around, it would have been for nothing. So that's why. That's why Mondo. After I saw what Monokuma had on me.
Happy weekend, Darestrom. How's it going?
My head filled up with all kinds of fuzzy uneasiness and started swirling around. I've never felt anything like it before.
I
didn't know what to do about it. I wasn't sure what to think or say, but after a while, that fuzzy uneasiness turned itself into a rock-hard lump of anxiety way down in my stomach.
I know that fucking feel.
And it was right around then that Chihiro asked me to start working out with him. And right there, they told me a secret. Seriously? Jesus.
It is a very good juxtaposition of the narrative.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry I lied to you.
Sovereign Cold One, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Glad to have you.
But why? Why now? Why are you telling me this all of a sudden?
Huh?
Huh? Because I mean, you've kept the secret all this time, right? If anyone found out, you would.
But...
You're right, but...
I want to change.
I want to change. I wrap myself in lies. I'm weak. I want to destroy that version of me forever.
Very true.
His words were like a knife in my gut. I felt like he was exposing the lie I've been living myself. I have to change. I don't want to be weak anymore. You're so strong, it can't hurt you, right? Whatever secret Monokuma might tell us.
You piece of...
So what? You're saying I should just say it?
What?
You're saying if I really am, I should just be able to tell everyone my secret?
Huh?
Huh? I was jealous. I was jealous of Chihiro's strength. He had the strength to face his own weakness, to try and overcome it. It was the kind of strength I've never had. So I was jealous of him. And that jealousy broke me.
What?
Are you making fun of me? Armstrong, are you fucking with me right now?
No!
I'm not making fun of you. You're really strong, Mondo. I felt like I hear something starting to creak. Something inside my head. You should get that checked out.
Yep.
What did he want me to do? What was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to sit back and let my secret get revealed and ruin everything?
What's wrong?
What's wrong?
Damn you!
Why did you have to tell me all that? Why are you trying to rub my failures in my face?
I just wanted to...
I just really admire you. I admire your strength.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. I am strong. Strong. I'm strong.
Yeah.
Strong. Stronger than you!
You son of a bitch!
And stronger than Dia!
Oh, I get it. Crazy Diamond.
Oh my word. That is... I don't remember anything after that. When I woke up again, he was laying at my feet, covered in blood.
Yeah, Clarice, I totally feel you on that one. This is like one of the trials where you feel the character struggles, but you care for the, like, you feel the character struggles and then you care for actually, like, you feel bad about it, kind of. Because, I mean, they're really going through some shit. And they're having to deal with all this shit suddenly. Fucking Monokuma. And then you realize this is, like, one of those things where, like, yeah, sympathetic. You're being sympathetic. The characters feel sympathetic, even the killer. Even though they still pulled some, like, it's slightly sympathetic, but at the same time, it's not really... But at the same time, he killed someone just because he was jealous of them, and that's not... It's not good. But this all this could probably handle probably with fucking therapy. It all just comes down to go to fucking therapy, but of course you couldn't because you got...
A little stuck right now, now.
Yeah, you get stuck in a murder school. So you can't really get therapy. Run by a headmaster that doesn't want anyone to get fucking therapy because he wants them to all fucking murder each other.
Details.
Yeah.
I had the dumbbell in my hand and I was just staring at him, down on the ground, when I went insane.
Stop making me hungry, Orochimaru. I'm really hungry now.
Oh, dude. I feel you, Orochimaru. I had that for lunch and I wanted like 5 of them.
You've had that? I've never heard of those.
Yeah, they're delicious.
Killed him. I killed Chihiro.
Well, okay, I didn't have the Velveeta. I had the craft version. But like,
Even after all this time, I'm still just as weak as I've always been. And thanks to that, I did something I can never take back.
Truth. Mondo. He was normally so aggressive, so angry. He hid that weak side away from everyone. That was the secret.
I'd have to go out and get it. It's like 1 in the morning. What?
I probably got it at like the gas station near you.
Well, I'd have to go down the street though. 7-Eleven. If
See,
it's still
perfect. Boom. Probably is. It's only 1 a.m. for you. A weakness like that in the heart, like his, and it turned him cold-blooded. God damn it! Look at him! You see? You're all just like him! For a secret from the past, for a memory. For that, he killed another living human in cold blood. He couldn't cut free of his regrets from the outside world. He doesn't know what true strength is. Do you see hope anywhere in there? 'Cause I sure don't.
You bastard! Just shut up, you son of a bitch! Go ahead, say that again, I dare you!
Yep.
Okay, I'll say it as many times as I want. It's what I want to say, but... Unfortunately, I can't do that right now because the time for punishing is fast approaching. Punishing?
It can't be.
You mean execution?
Well now,
That's what I promised you, right? The blacken that disturbs the peace will be punished.
Ridiculous.
Hold on.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
For Mondo Awada, the ultimate biker gang leader.
No, wait!
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
I said wait!
Sorry,
Hurts
man.
my soul.
I couldn't keep the promise we made. From one man to another.
No. Game over. Mondo has been found guilty. Time for the punishment. Exclamation point.
Here we go.
At least he gets to ride a motorcycle one last time.
Oh, fuck. I just remembered what this ends up being. Well, this is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, it's sad. This one's, I think, my least favorite punishment. Probably because I like the person the most.
Here it goes. Fucking Mondo butter.
It's
Fucking
so sad.
Mondo butter.
Not the Mondo butter.
Fucking shit. Oh.
Oh, that's...
Wow. Wow.
Laugh at death, and your soul will forever be at peace.
It can't be. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. He's in a butter place now. Fucking shit.
Another murder, and another execution. I want to feel again. What? Everyone's life are taken so lightly here. I feel like I may be going mad. Maybe I'll just let it happen.
That. Also that.
As Takasatsu invaded our skulls, we were each forced to realize once again. Of course he had to.
What a disappointment. This is the end of the game.
Byakuya?
What is this?
You're completely insane. You know that? A game? One of our friends is dead. Do you realize that?
Naturally.
Of course I do, because this game is life or death.
Hey.
I don't have anything to say to you. I don't have a response except that
However,
I just don't understand why. Why'd you go out of your way to disguise Mondo's crime?
What?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because it made things more interesting.
Voice was calm, emotionless.
What the fuck,
like the voice
Byakuya?
of death. It chilled me to the bone.
What the
No,
fuck?
bitch Yakua. That's not his name. You're saying it wrong.
Yeah. Last night, when the murder took place, I was in the library as usual.
Honestly.
So you ignored the nighttime rule, too? That rule never mattered to me. I don't recall agreeing to it.
There is nothing to be done.
Well, I don't particularly care. Please continue. The night grew late, and I decided to return to my room, which is when I stumbled upon him. I spotted Mondo coming out of the girls' locker room.
We had an eyewitness?
Yeah, apparently. After he'd gone, I looked inside and saw the corpse. What? You mean you actually witnessed the murder? He was such a fool. He didn't have the slightest idea that I'd seen him.
Well...
So, you're saying you knew who the culprit was from the very beginning?
That's right.
Indeed. But if that had been the end of it, how boring would that have been? I mean, what a waste of time to have the answer revealed right at the beginning. It's like see? Okay, Byakuya kind of understands why I fucking hate shows like Columbo, where they show you who the murderer is at the beginning, and then the rest of like the episode is just just like the characters figuring out what happened. Which I hate that trope so much, so I can understand Byakuya right there. Otherwise, in this situation, no, that's some bullshit. Which is why I decided to lend a little helping hand. I thought it would liven things up.
You did all that to liven things up?
I see.
So after hearing about Genocide Jack and Toko, you decided to use that to create the fake murder scene.
But
damn, man, if we hadn't figured out who'd really done it, you would have been dead too, right? Well, obviously, I would have revealed the truth before it reached that point. Of course. Though who would have believed him at that point?
And looked me in the eye. True. I could feel his sharp eyes piercing into me.
You just happened to see the murderer.
Stop and didn't want to say anything.
Right. Thanks to a certain remarkable someone, it never did. And I was able to perform an interesting experiment. Once I do decide to become blackened, I now know who I'll have to watch out for.
What?
Correct.
So that was your reason. Are you satisfied?
Indeed.
Yes, we're done listening to your story. Moving on.
Hey.
There's something I'd like to ask Monokuma.
What's this?
I'm up next.
You like to perform these elaborate executions each time, correct? My question is, why?
Do you like them? But you know, this punishment, this despair, it's not just for you. All this punishment, all this despair is my gift to mankind itself.
What?
You're over-exaggerating.
I am not over-exaggerating. These punishments are meant to transform all hope into despair.
Damn.
What do you mean?
Huh?
Mean? Mean? Mean?
What the heck?
Mean.
Damn it!
Good grief! I don't understand why you have to pick apart every little stupid thing.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. In the end, I'm going to stand alone as the victor, and then everything will be revealed to me.
Ooh, how exciting!
The noble son of a noble family. Truly, you understand me. I think this is sort of a terrifying friendship.
That's enough.
Shut up. I would never stoop to the level of a childish criminal like you. Let me just say this. After I've achieved complete victory, you're up next. I'm going to find you and kill you. Understand?
In the name of my family.
The name of the Togami family, for which victory is a foregone conclusion.
You're getting all riled up!
So cool! It's like you're the main character of a video game or something. No trash mob for you.
I swear, whatever it takes, I will kill you.
Temper, temper. Sounds like someone needs a nap. Onokuma's laughter pealed across the courtroom, and the curtain closed on the case of Chihiro and Mondo. But I knew that wasn't the end. The killing game would still continue.
Of course. We got several more chapters, I assume.
Because the mastermind wouldn't let it end. We have a lot more characters, you know.
We got a
For
lot
those who
more
are
purple
still
text to
alive-
click on.
You know, right-click it, right-click the
Yes,
purple
thank
text.
you. Yeah, I know that now. I'm going to forget it by next time, but...
Try to read our purple fear, and I'm like, wait, that's not right. Our worst fear and despair kept on multiplying. It was the kind of despair that felt like a blind puppy in hell had more of a future than us. All of our courage, our effort, our friendship, it felt like it amounted to nothing at all.
Wait, a blind puppy in hell? What does that even fucking mean?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm
That's
thinking, well,
that's weird
to
imagery.
be honest, this game has a lot of translation errors that just they didn't translate it well. But to be honest, it's just nothing good.
Yeah.
It was the worst kind of despair, to be exact.
Well, anyway, like I was saying, this is a pretty good spot. Yeah, a really good spot.
Really good spot to end for the night.
Anyway, isn't it amazing how that girl went and killed someone before things even had a chance to get boring? Once things really get moving, it'll be like a roller coaster. There won't be any stopping it. Fear and despair charge forward at a speed nothing can hope to match. But I must admit, I'm disappointed. I went to all the pain and effort of making you part of the group, and you couldn't play your part. You do remember you were supposed to make the first move, right? Well, no biggie. Nothing we can do about it now, so just do your best to make things more exciting from now on, okay? After all, that's what everyone wants to see.
Dot, dot, dot. There's one thing I'd like to ask you.
As long as you don't want to know my measurements, fire away.
Wow.
What are your measurements? Who is it? A 16th high school student, I mean.
Ooh-hoo. My, you really took me by surprise there. I know I said you could ask anything, but super denied, ultra denied, demonic denied, because you see, that's my ace in the hole. And nobody'd be dumb enough to reveal that, right? No matter how close they were to their friends.
Dot, dot, dot.
Ooh.
Looks better.
Chapter 2, end. We made it, y'all. We made it.
Oh, look how many more people are gone.
Yep, 10 surviving students. To be continued. With that, let me see. The crazy diamond. I want that jacket. That looks like a cool jacket.
It does look really cool.
All right, gonna
You
save
wanna
here.
save.
Yes, I'm gonna save here. So, with that, I think I'm gonna call it for the night. So, thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out with us and seeing the investigation and the end of the second trial. End of chapter 2, we made it.
Actings.
Yes, and our terrible voice actings. This has been always a fun night as always, and you all make it much better with your comments and your understanding of how we were dealing with subject matter and just giving us your theories too and everything. It would really, I mean, this is always fun to do with just friends, but also having you there, chat, as people to bounce off of is super fucking fun. So thank you very, very much. So I will be back tomorrow night with Dungeons & Dragons Wild Times and Wildmount next. And then we'll see if there's anything for Sunday. Maybe, probably not. I'll probably take a day off. But yeah, this has been great, and I hope to see you all next time. So until then, everyone stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Guys, gals, non-binary pals, you're all fucking amazing, and we'll see you next time. Bye!
I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice hoarder, and my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice hoarder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice hoarder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice hoarder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector